August 28th to order. I know that we're all excited to hear and brainstorm about what our residents have said to us, the thoughts and vision that they have in their mind, the feelings that they have about the direction of the city. So we're going to get started here. I do want to recognize that we are absent some of the commissioners. Some of them have family at home with COVID and they're trying to juggle that. Some of them are out of town. But like I told to the city, we had all the real brain power in the room right here. So we are going to go and move forward. And one commissioner may be able to join us a little bit later. They're just juggling. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it right on over. I've lost my agenda, so work with me. There we go. That's what happens when you move around. I'm going to turn it over to our city manager, Mr. New.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to welcome everybody to this workshop related. We got feedback somewhere. Okay. So if anybody has a mic on, you might want to turn it off. But she's not there. So this workshop is, I can't tell you which step. It's the fourth or fifth step in our community visioning and strategic planning series. We've had two citizens forums. We've done some online surveys with both residents and with staff. And this is near the end. After this event, there will be something similar to this just for leadership team, staff leadership team, who is going to be very well versed in this information because they've been attending all the previous public forum opportunities. And then there'll be a draft report that will be presented to the commission, and feedback from that will go into the final report. So appreciate you all giving up a good portion of a Saturday morning to join us, to share your thoughts. I see sometimes in our literature that we're calling this a 5-year strategic plan. I tend to think it's a 10-year plan that's going to get updated in 5 years. And today's meeting format is intended to be very informal. So please feel free if you have something to add, please feel free to interrupt and let's have a conversation about it. So with that, I will turn it over to Mariah. I'll introduce Mariah Raines. She is our facilitator for the event, and usually I have your bio. Okay, it's coming up, so no bio today. So I'll introduce you to Mariah Raines. She's with the University of Central Florida. She's our facilitator. Public comment. We have, and Miss Peggy, we have 20 minutes set aside for you to share with us.
20 minutes, public comment. Go ahead. No pressure. You were prepared to speak, right? Exactly.
This is awfully early.
All right, no jokes until 5:20.
We'll have another public comment period at the end of today's session.
Start writing now.
All right, so good morning. Thank you so much for welcoming me back. Again, I'm Mariah Raines, and I'm with the UCF Florida Institute of Government. And can you hear me okay? Does the mic need to be closer? Okay. And I'm excited to be back with you. So thank you so much for dedicating your Saturday morning to me and to this process and to your residents. As your city manager mentioned, I'm just going to give you a quick overview of the process because it's been a while since we've met, and it's been a while since we've talked about it. So we started the process. I started with research. I did a lot of research about Newberry, and Dallas and his team shared with me a lot of great documents and history and budgets and planning and zoning, and really just learning everything I could about Newberry. Then Mike and his team gave me a fantastic tour map where I was able to come up and really tour some specific sites and tour some specific areas to get familiar with the area as well. So that's that kind of research phase. Then I met with the commissioners and the mayors individually through Zoom and just kind of got their impressions of where they were with the city. Then we began by having the stakeholder workshops. As Mike mentioned, we had 2 of those. With COVID, we decided the best approach would have one virtual and one in person, and that way, depending on people's preference of safety protocols, they would have the option of either. The virtual option we started with in May, and that one we had about 20 residents that attended that. And we had some commissioners that joined as well, the mayor joined as well, just as a listening session for them to hear the residents. And then at the live one, we had closer to about 30 people. Not everybody could stay the whole time, but we had closer to 30 people for that. And again, some Commissioner Azan joined us for that one, and he got to listen in and hear what was being said directly by the residents. So both of those together went really well. And it gave us feedback. I asked very specific questions on your behalf so that you can make informed decisions. That's really the goal of the community feedback. Toward the beginning of the process, you might recall, I had to cancel one of the workshops very unexpectedly. And so one of the things that I offered was to make up for that, because it was a big inconvenience for everybody. To make up for that was to offer some surveys, and I did that pro bono. So those surveys were both a resident survey, and you had 165 residents respond to that survey. And then I also did an employee, 165. So you got some great feedback because of the number of responses. And then we also had an employee survey. And so the employee survey, we had 22 employees complete that. And they were asked very similar questions, again, to help you make decisions about the city going forward. So that leads us to what you see as number 4 on the slide, which is the commission workshop. That's why we're here today, is to pull all of this information together, synthesize it, and say, okay, now what? I want some additional feedback from you, so we're going to have some flip chart and brainstorm. But then by the end of the day, I'll walk you through the agenda shortly, but by the end of the day, you're going to leave here with at least a start on a draft of your vision statement, your mission statement, your values for the city, and your top 5 priorities or goals for the staff to focus on over the next 5 to 10 years. So we've got a lot to accomplish in order to do that, but I'm confident that we can. And then, as Mike mentioned, after today, we're going to schedule a similar workshop with the senior staff where we operationalize it. So this is where I sit with your staff and I say, okay, your commission has given you this directive of these are your top priorities. How do we make this happen? And so I sit with your staff and I walk them through a process of creating objectives for each goals and timelines for each objective and who's going to be accountable for each objective in order to ensure that that strategic plan really comes to life and really becomes an actionable document. And so after we do that, you'll then have a full strategic plan in place and how that plan is going to be implemented. And then you'll also get a summary report from me as well, and all of that will be presented to you at a commission meeting so that you can then vote on it and or get public comment on it and or approve it. So that's kind of the process as a reminder. Any questions on it so far? Again, I'm informal too, so feel free to jump in. And Mike, you're behind me, so I don't see you as well. So feel free to jump in and let me know.
I'll throw a paper airplane
if there's anything. So today's agenda you've got there in front of you. We have time carved out where we're going to start with your city manager and your new assistant city manager are going to be providing a state of the city kind of an update for you. And take any questions that you might have, because anytime we're talking about strategic plans, we also need to consider what's our current state. We can dream big, but we also have to have that reality of knowing here's what our budget really looks like. Here are the projects we already have in the pipeline. Here are the projects already in place. And so we want that reality check as well. So we're going to have an update there. And then we're going to jump into some of the trends. So I sent to you some of the survey analysis and some of the trend reports, and we've got some copies there at your desks as well. And so we'll discuss those. I do have a couple breaks built in. We'll do a SWOT analysis with you as the commission. What else, in addition to what you've read, what else might need to be added from your perspective? And then we've got, after lunch, we've got your vision, mission, values, and then we'll start a process for priorities. And then after we start that process for priorities, we'll funnel it down, and I've got another activity so that we walk away with your top 5. Why do you think I have 5? Why do you recommend 5? Why do you think I recommend 5 goals?
5 commissioners.
That's not a bad idea, actually, but that wasn't the intention, but it may come to that. Why do you think 5, not 10?
I think 5 is more manageable.
Yes.
If you can ever do it.
Yes, absolutely. And so that's one of the greatest challenges. You're going to get a lot of great feedback that you saw in the surveys and we're going to talk about today. And you're going to say, oh, we can do all these great things. And the challenge is really focusing and narrowing it down to say, yes, we could, but these are our priorities. And we have to really focus on these priorities. Otherwise, if we don't do that, then none of it gets done because we're spread too thin and we're trying to do too many things. And so if you really focus, the data says ideally 5 goals are best so that it makes it more actionable. Mike mentioned a 5 to 10 year plan. Typically we recommend for cities that are growing, particularly like yours, the latest census data emphasizes that. Typically we recommend a 5-year process. So when we talk about visioning, we do look out 10 years, but really after about 5 years, the goals that we've set, hopefully you can check them all off the list. And so you're going to say, well, wait a minute, we need to do this again. And the good news is the next time around, you probably won't need someone like me. You could actually do it in-house. If you wanted to have someone like me, I certainly would love to come back. But you know the process now. And so it may be something that you decide to do internally next time around. And then that strategic plan also gets revisited each year. So that's also something, at least each year. So you kind of use that document for accountability with your staff. And then as I mentioned previously, we will have public comment at the end of the session as well. So depending on how quickly we move through this and how many questions or how much feedback or how deeply you want to dive into some of the content, we may finish well before 3 o'clock, but sometimes you do want to dive more deeply in, and that's fine too, and we could be here till 3. So we'll play it by ear, but that's the rough agenda. Questions, comments, changes?
Well, we like quality over quantity, so we're going to do it as organically sees fit. But on that point of every 5 years looking back on what your goals were, I'm going to miss a couple of them. But when we hired Mr. New to be the new city manager, we gave him a top 5 list. And by my count, he's checked every single one of them off the box at this point, with the CRA coming to Newberry last week. So that's that idea of setting 5 goals, accomplishing 5 goals. I think that's a great strategy. It's a great way to move forward. And so I'm ready to set 5 new goals. I'm sure we already have probably about 25 we're working on now. I think Mr. New might have paid her to put that in our mind. These guys, 5. All right, Ms. Rage, go ahead.
All right, thank you. And to clarify, when I say 5 goals, they're broad goals, and then you've got objectives underneath. So to your point, yes, there may be 25 objectives within those 5 goals. So yes, we're on the same page. It doesn't mean they only have to do 5 things. So with that, I will turn it back over to your city manager, Mr. New.
Since we've got some space, do you want to come down here and sit? Or I don't know where a podium is, if that's what you were about to stand at, but
Looking for the slide advance so I can.
Yes, I have to bring in your slideshows and use them out.
Somebody
So you-
absconded our clippers, walked away.
it was probably a commissioner who got frustrated with nobody being able to work it. There's got to be a simpler one out there. This was going to disappear.
Thank you. So recent focus, for the past 5 years, we've kind of wanted to really focus on maintaining a small town charm, family oriented, wanted a big focus on creating jobs, growing a tax base, those sorts of things. You guys know it because you guys are the ones that have been setting that. Big focus on utility infrastructure and making sure that we maintain our assets. Quick facts about Newberry. Just in a few months that we've been going through this process, our estimated population went from estimated of 6,800 to actual of 7,300. We just got our census data in. So we're growing, have been growing at a much quicker pace than Beaver, than we estimated. The rest of these facts you guys know. Normally this was built for these public forums. Level of service, our budgeting, things of that nature. Here's our budget. You guys know we have a $20 million budget, and roughly it's spread apart with the different funds as shown by that pie chart. And this is how our expenses, 22% in capital expenditures. That shows you guys a lot about your focus being on infrastructure, and 25% in payroll. That's low for most government.
Yes.
That's really low, but a big part of why it's low is because not every government in the city of Florida is purchasing power, and purchase power is always a big thing. So we spend $3.5 million a year buying power. Only 33 other cities in the state of Florida are buying power. The rest of them don't. 375 do not. You've seen this many times. You know that of every dollar that our taxpayers pay, 25 cents comes to the city of Newberry. The rest of it goes mostly to the school board and to Alachua County. You know that our millage rate all by its lone self is kind of in the middle of the pack, but you also know that total cost all in, and if we add in utility cost and all the other ways that we obtain revenue from our residents, we're going to be the best value in Alachua County. At least the last time we did that survey, which was maybe 2019. We were the lowest, and then I think the county and the other 8 cities said, don't ever do that survey again, Newberry. So we've not.
We'll give it another year.
It led to lots of conversation. It got lots of feedback when we did that survey. This is millage rates conversions. You've seen, we've already had 4 budget workshops. You guys well know that each mill in the city of Newberry is worth more than $4.69 this now. We haven't updated this, so that was last year's slide. Population projections, y'all have seen the population projections. We've been going at a quicker rate, and you also know that when the census data came in, it showed that we were further along than we had even anticipated. Developments, y'all have seen this table, and we have a lot. Those ones in reds mean they're actually under development. The one on the far left, the yellow means that they've had a pre-application meeting. Now that one on the far left is in process, and the guy down there in the blue on Southwest 30th Avenue, they've been in for meetings. They're being acquired. They have land rights, so that whenever they close, they're going to start moving very quickly. That's a large development. So, and some of these have slowed down a little bit. So, I tell you, we talk about all the time that these things develop over 20 and 30 years, and they do. And some never come to fruition, and that's going to happen with some of these as well. And you guys have established probably the best planning thing that our board does is set this urban services boundary. It keeps us compact. It means that all of our major development is going to happen in this 2-mile radius from downtown. It's where we're going to keep our utility infrastructure, and we're going to also maintain that very rural green space that surrounds that. Current initiatives, I had to change the scale and get smaller here because we have lots of initiatives. And I won't go through each one. We've been talking about them during the budget process, but they're all exciting. They're all things that would be very beneficial for the city of Newberry. And I'll briefly show one at a time. What's going on with the Ag Tech Park. It's in a bit of a lull right now, but I expect we are working, completing an application for yet another grant, and I expect that this one's going to get a lot more focus in the next 12 months. AMI, we're right in the middle of an AMI deployment. You guys authorized us to go into early of 2021. Shipping delays have slowed the project down, but everything else is going super well with it. We're just having a hard time getting the meters. So that we now expect to be operational in the spring of 2022. Regional wastewater treatment facility, we are in the middle of a planning process to determine how that would look. We've had communications with High Springs, Archer, and Trenton. I don't get a sense that that any of those three cities are particularly committed, but the availability of capacity will be there. Once our report starts winding down and we get to a finished product, that's the time for them to jump in. Until then, they're just evaluating. Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Just talked to the mayor of Trenton, who told me that they're very excited and plan to participate.
Awesome. That's great news. Staff does not give that kind of feedback, but that's good. The policy makers do. This one's a new slide for you all. We're getting so much interest in the land surrounding our wastewater plant. We got a lot of projects, partnership type projects that are out there with Alachua County, a composting facility. All would be very beneficial. This commission told Alachua County, hey, we'll take your rural collection center. We have a great spot for it, and our folks would love to be able to go drop off any of their waste items here in town instead of having to drive clear across the county. So lots of interest in working on, there's so many projects out there that we've dubbed it an environmental park. State Road Twin Pairs, you are very familiar with that. They're finishing up the design, should be in the spring of '22. Then hopefully they move directly into construction. This is kind of what it looks like. And we have not met with DOT maybe in 3 months. Jamie's asked, there's some emails out there asking that we get back together to see where they stand on that. These are what the interconnecting or ladder streets would look like. Alachua County Agricultural and Equestrian Center, that project is nearly complete. I believe that Dr. Sanders from the Extension offices told me she'd be moving in by the end of September. The conference center associated with that will be complete by the end of October, and the event center is complete. If you haven't toured it, please do. It's an amazing facility. They've done a great job out there. We've been having discussions, very positive discussions with the commission about extending this downtown connector between State Road 26 and 15th. Final decisions coming up as we go through the budget season. And a little bit of staff feedback. We have been overwhelmed with folks complaining about traffic problems associated with school start. The mayor probably didn't get any of that, but we've gotten a little bit of feedback. So, so this project wouldn't cure it, but it would be a step in the right direction. And this is what it could look like. Section B. Again, another project that the commission's been having lots of conversation about is a municipal complex, 7,500 to 9,000 square feet of new, plus the renovation of this building. And we plan to move that into design phase next fiscal year if the commission adopts the budget that is being proposed. Community CRA, just happy to announce that after 21 or 22 years, Alachua County approved our CRA plan, which means that we're now down to 2 very small steps that are 100% within our control. We have to amend an interlocal with Alachua County. That'll be on the next City Commission meeting agenda. And we have to adopt an ordinance establishing the TIF. So those will happen before October the 1st.
Mike, that'll be on Wednesday, special meeting.
Yeah, we're doing a special meeting Wednesday right in front of our workshop, and those two items will be on the agenda. The ordinance, of course, takes 2 readings.
And I just want to publicly say, I think this is the first public meeting we've had since then, thank the Alachua County Commission. City manager was there for about 18 hours straight in a meeting, I think it was. But when our agenda item came up and they moved it forward in recognition of how long it was, their meeting was taking, it was motioned, seconded, and passed virtually without comment or question. And the reason we have to vote on the interlocal is because they did us a favor in shifting the year period that was previously agreed to, which is beneficial for the city of Newberry. I asked them to do that, but that initiated we had to vote on again just to change it from I think it was 2020, and we agreed to move it back to 2019. So thank you, Alachua County.
And segueing off of that, what that did for us in terms of benefit by establishing the base year 2019, y'all remember from the reports that at year 1 we were going to garner a whole $7,000 or $10,000 that we'd have to debate which projects we would just go fund with that, whether it be a $3 million connector here or new city hall there. By changing it to base year to 2019, our first year revenue is going to be right at $95,000, $90,000 to $95,000. So you guys will actually have a real budget to put to work on for our CRA in year 1, as opposed to we got to wait a few years so that we can afford to put postage on mail. Very excited about that. Commission's been focused on historic preservation. We talked about Little Red Schoolhouse forever. I want you to know that we broke ground on Little Red Schoolhouse interior renovations. I guess we did a bunch of exterior renovations over the last 2 years, but interior renovations began this week. We got a very capable project manager. Our new building official is managing that project. We've also looked at doing some restoration in the municipal building and the old generating plant. At our last meeting, the commission asked us to put together an RFP to allow that to transition into the private sector, hopefully something that will serve lots of residents and be a place that we all go and enjoy.
Mike, do we have an idea, I mean, Brian does, of when the whole shift to Little Red Schoolhouse will happen? When do we have all of our employees on the first floor?
Mr. Mayor, we intend to have the interior structural renovations done and the building department moved over within about 3 months. Mm-hmm. And there will be some finishing and upgrading going into their old space, and then the planning department will move down. It'll probably be around the first of the year for the whole thing with the museum and everything else is upstairs and reestablished.
Okay.
Probably about first of the year.
And just so we don't need to spend any time on this, but our Little Red Schoolhouse has kind of been a dumping ground of anything that's old. People bring it by, and all of it's cool, but it doesn't all kind of go together. And while we're doing all this work, I think it would behoove us to take a little bit of time. I don't think it needs to be a whole commission decision. I think we can do a little subcommittee, But when we get the museum up top, we need to, kind of the central focus so far has been on ag and agriculture, history of Newberry. I think that's a nice focus, but some of that stuff we may have to decide what are we going to do with it. But when we get it all done in the upstairs as a conference in a museum, I'd like it to be a nice conference in a museum and not clustered with a whole bunch of stuff. That way when we take tours on there, it's, there's a theme and it's nice, and we may want to get some outside help on figuring out how to lay that out in a professional looking
We know
kind of
just
way.
the people.
Yeah.
Of course, our in-house team, they're putting together a museum display type.
We
Top
may have
shelf.
created some people here that have some experience with how to do that.
And old power plant renovations we've talked about. Newberry Cold Storage. Hats off to the city of Newberry. That building was slated to be demolished, and an architect said, you can't do that, and the architect produced some renderings, and that building has been acquired, and it's going to be renovated, and it's going to become part of our very vibrant downtown area. So again, hats off to the city for having some vision and going public with the conversation. Paving of unpaved streets. You guys have asked us to identify street segments in our downtown area that need to be paved. We're moving forward on that. Farmers market, I was telling Mariah, 6 months ago, 12 months ago, our farmers market was 3 and 4 pop-ups and really poorly attended. To the point that it shut down for a period of time, and when it came back, they found a new driving force to make it happen. And I read, I think the Gainesville Sun or TV20 named it the #1 farmers market within our region. And I thought, wow, you talk about, in football we talk about worst to first in one season, worst to first in one season right here. Mr. Mayor, that concludes my overview of things, current initiatives going on in downtown Newberry. If anybody has questions. If not, we'll move on.
Any questions? None. All right. Moving right along then. I want to hear these trends.
Terrific. So thank you for that, Mr. City Manager, Mr. New. It's just exciting for me to see some of the things that you've already put into place and to see some of the renderings and to see some of the actual buildings. So it's just, it's fantastic. One of the things I did not say in my introduction that some of you know about me is I live in the Orlando area and have been there many, many years, but I actually grew up in a very small rural town myself. And so I just recently visited home and got that connection. And so I understand the importance of balancing thank you very much, Amy. I understand the importance of balancing the need for that small town community feel along with the growth and the opportunity and the development. So kudos to you for finding that balance so far, and I think that you'll see that with some of the report trends that we're going to talk about. So I think what we'll do is we'll start with, in terms of the trend reports, I'd like to start with the resident stakeholder workshop report. And so you should have a copy at your desk. It looks like this, where it has my UCF logo at the top. That's the one that we'll start with. And if you want to take a look at that, I'm not going to read every page for you, but the executive summary, I think I already kind of given you a copy of that in the overview about the 2 meetings that we had. This was about the citizen forums. And so what I did is I just compiled a report that documented the activities. At these citizen forums, the citizens and the residents, whether it was in Zoom, we had them break out into small groups and we led discussions in Zoom. And then if it was in person, we had them do flip chart activities. And what I did is I compiled all this information together. So on page 3 and page 4, it's just a sample of the agenda, and you can see they match. So we did the same program virtually that we did in person. We asked all the same questions and all the same content, with the exception of one question in the live, and I'll talk to you about that here at the end. It is in the report. So if you'd like to turn to page 5, one of the first things that I asked the residents are, what are the treasures of Newberry? And from these initial citizen forums, you can see their responses. They are 1 through 15. They're not ranked, so they're just numbered for you for quick reference. It's not that responsive government ranked as number 1. So I wanted to make that clear. These could be bullets rather than numbers. I was just trying to make the list a little bit more easily identifiable for you. If there's a number behind it, it means multiple groups stated that. And so these were not individuals, these were group report backs. So as an example, what the treasures of Newberry are, 3 groups reported schools, 3 groups reported a sense of blended community, and 3 groups reported the future of agriculture, economy, and light industry being a treasure of Newberry. So those would be ranked higher. 2 groups mentioned the sports teams and facilities, and 2 groups mentioned the small town hospitality. And then you can see some of the others kind of tie in with that: youth, agriculture, low crime, friendly, history. And then, generations of families, I heard that in multiple forums as well, and so you'll see that in the surveys too. And then that number 15, being close or having close access to medical, education, and cultural activities. So that certainly came up as well. So those are the treasures. Thoughts on treasures? Okay. What I'm going to ask you to do then is take a look at, let's see, the other report, Themes from the City of Newberry Survey. So there's another report that's got Newberry's logo at the top, and it's a 4-page document. If you'll turn to page 3, this is a compilation of themes. So I took the survey from the 165 residents that completed that survey, and from that data, extracted the themes that had 5 or more comments. And so on page 3, the same question was asked online, and the answers are written there. So I wanted you to be able to kind of compare the two lists from the workshops to the 165. So you can see a lot of the same things are mentioned, that small town atmosphere, parks and community came up again. But you also see the mention of your historic buildings and your historic downtown area. Green spaces came up. Am I saying it Goth? Is that right? Gothy. Gothy and Watermelon Pond. The Watermelon Festival came up here, but it didn't come up in the visioning sessions. The natural beauty of Newberry and your canopy streets. Open fields of farmland. I'll have to tell you, this morning, I stayed overnight last night, and I drove in this morning from one of the hotels, and just driving down 26. It was a beautiful drive in. It's just gorgeous, and it puts you in a different frame of mind, or at least coming from Orlando, it puts you in a different frame of mind. Take a deep breath, and you see some of the farms and some of the horses and the equestrian center and all of it. It is beautiful. So there's open fields and farmland. The farmers market made the list, so we just talked about that. The Little Red Schoolhouse, I'm sorry, that's a typo. Little Red Schoolhouse made the list. Farming and agriculture made the list, as did your schools and your city hall. I thought it was interesting that City Hall made the list. That's not typically something that does make the list of a treasure. But in your case, it's historical, and even with the renovation that you did, you made it look consistent. And so when I did my tour, I did the same thing and went, wow, that's gorgeous, it's beautiful, and with a bridge walkway in between. And so, many of your residents consider that a treasure as well. So I just wanted you to compare the lists. Thoughts?
So on the Newberry one that we're looking at now, page 3, are these literal statements from folks, or are they categorized?
They're categorized. So,
Okay.
For example, in the survey itself, you have a copy of the entire survey in your email. It's 65 pages. So to make it simple for you, what we did is we pulled out, the survey system pulls out keywords for us, and it analyzes and ranks them and says, these keywords made your, top 5,
Okay.
more.
So parks and green spaces, people may have been conceptualizing the same thing, because we've got parks, green spaces, open fields,
Yes.
and farming. In my mind, that all of those are right. They're
Yes.
kind of okay.
Go
So
together.
that means that concept though of
Ranks
green
even higher.
space, open fields was really high.
really high.
People were saying it in slightly different ways, but
Correct.
it was something that we heard a lot of.
Correct.
Okay.
So we did it to clarify. That's a great question. To clarify, we did it by keyword, and so the survey data pulls out by keyword. So parks pulled out at least 5 times that keyword, and then green spaces at least 5 times. So you're right, when you add those together, it aggregates even higher.
Okay.
Yes, great question. Other questions, other thoughts about treasures? Okay, let's move back then to the other report. I'm going to kind of flip back and forth between the two. Then with the citizen forums on page 5, to focus on the vision for Newberry, I asked them to do a visioning project where I said, pretend it's 2031, so 10 years out. And imagine what Newberry's going to look like there, and answer the 2 questions for me. What has Newberry accomplished over those 10 years? And then the second question I asked is, what's it like to live in Newberry 10 years from now? And so you can see those listed there. I don't know how much of this, I sent the report to you later than I anticipated, and I apologize for that. So I don't know if you've had a chance to really review the data. Would you like me to spend some time reading through this, or do you want to just take a couple minutes and look at it yourself? What's your preference?
Well, we're filming this, so why don't we go through
Okay.
it publicly? That
Okay.
way the folks who aren't here with these documents
Can hear it.
can hear it and be part of the conversation later on.
Perfect. So some of the citizen forum feedback, again, if they have numbers beside them, multiple groups set it. So schools ranked 3 groups ranked schools. 2 groups noted infrastructure would be something as an accomplishment that you've achieved 10 years from now, right? Something we're hoping to achieve. Commercial development 2 years from now. Specifically, they mentioned 26 and east of downtown, and downtown also mentioned. Vocation programs at the agriculture park and more affordable housing. 2 groups mentioned that as well. And then some of the others that are listed there with the infrastructure specifically, the group specified roads, pedestrian-friendly sidewalks, wastewater, city hall, agriculture, the Twin Pairs, and then the WWTP expansion. Some of the other things that were mentioned, a new RV park would have been accomplished, recreation and sports, which you're already accomplishing, so I'm assuming that group meant more of that. Someone mentioned a new church. We had a lot of discussion in some of the different groups about hotels, and even with the commission as well. I know that's a challenge for you. You bring in large groups for your sporting events, and you don't have hotels yet to really house them. So one of the groups mentioned that. And Newberry's continued to grow fruitful partnerships with the schools, UF, IFAS, and Santa Fe Community College. And then on page 6, there's several additional light industrial agricultural oriented businesses that are attracted to the area because of new infrastructure and partnerships. So again, this is part of their visioning, right? These are things they would like to see. And then finally, in the forums, the last one mentioned was sports tourism has continued to grow along with the youth programs. So those were the forum feedback. We asked the same question in the survey. So if you want to switch back to the survey one, I'm keeping both of them open, so I hope I'm not flipping back and forth too much for you. So the survey is actually on page 3, and the question that we asked there was similar but a little bit different. We said, describe what you would like Newberry to look like 10 years from now. And so 27 people said growth. Remember that. That's why I specifically said 27, because I knew that was going to be a question.
Remember that.
27. And then 15 said the opposite. Or not really the opposite, but keep it the way it is now. So again, you've got that divide that some want it to stay the way that it is. But I knew that the question would come up, well, wait a minute, how many of which said which? And so that's an important question. So it's almost double. And again, it was based on the specific word search of growth. So they may have mentioned other growth-related elements, but the word growth came up specifically 27 times.
Well, Mariah, I just wanted to offer a comment that I think that it's possible to have both. I think we can grow positively, maintain a good growth rate. The real challenge for us is to maintain the small town feel. Do that great job of, even if our population is 10 or 12,000, people still love us as having that small town feel.
Absolutely. I agree. Then from the survey, they also mentioned they'd like to see an aesthetically pleasing infrastructure, a thriving downtown, better road systems in place, known for great schools, not industrial, but more variety of shops and dining, spaces and complex for the community to gather for sports and events, more events, a strong sense of community, job opportunities, keep the small town feel, not another suburb of Gainesville. And again, these all made more than 5 people said something very similar or very comparable to that. Parks and outdoor spaces for community use, more commercial, restaurants, and more options. And they didn't specify what options were, but we can assume just in general options for, improved Publix, right? Improved community living and improved community spirit. So those were the top trends from that question. And again, you have all 165 responses that you can go back to. So I'm not excluding them because every comment is important and every comment is valuable. I just thought that it would be simpler to talk about the trends and the ones that came up the most. As it relates to that survey.
So if we take both of these together, there's a slightly different question. What do you think the city will have accomplished in 10 years versus what do you think it will look like? But it looks like what people answered about what I want it to look like is what this group expected us to accomplish.
Yes.
And there's an awful lot of overlay.
Yes.
In terms of that first bullet of growth.
Yes.
Which I think is, for me anyway, is a really important piece of information to know about our community, because I think that we are entering a period of a whole lot of uncomfortableness with that growth, and people get really nervous about it, and people think, well, we're growing too fast, we're outgrowing our infrastructure, we can't, what are we doing? We need to put the brakes, stop everything. But when you sit down and talk with our community, the way I'm reading this is that that even in just a straight up grow, keep it exactly the same way, we still have more residents that want us to grow, and what they expect us to accomplish, schools, infrastructure, roads, commercial development.
Right.
Those are all growth type, those are growth, So I think that's, for me, that's feedback that I really need to know, that what the majority of our citizens want are more services that can only come with growth. Anything else you want to?
No, I think that's
pinpoint?
I think that's a great conclusion, and I agree with that. That's also why I didn't capture exact numbers on these. I certainly can if you'd like for me to, but I knew that would be a question: is what was the divide? So 27 to 15, and I think that's important.
Well, it also seems to me, because I agree with the manager, that what everyone wants and what every town is trying to figure out is how do you grow and keep that small town feel. Because that's why people are coming to us. They want to be part of a community. And I think, from my perspective, it's Mike and the city's job to figure out the growth and the infrastructure. It's our job to figure out how to build a community. And I think things like we had on Saturday, those are the kind of things that build community. The art show we had on Friday night, that's the kind of thing that builds community, and it brings us together and pulls us together. Friday night football games, when we all show up and we're all rooting on our Panthers to take it to someone else, that builds community,
Okay. Don't look at me like that.
I wasn't gonna say it. I wasn't gonna.
Go there.
Yeah, he texted me last night. Go Panthers.
Did you really? I sure did.
Yep. Yeah.
Golf team.
Because after the Panthers beat the Santa Fe golf team, also, I wasn't gonna bring that up, but okay. So we all have kind of marching orders, and we're only not at the beginning. So let's
That's
go.
right. That's
Yeah.
right. So I found it really exciting that your community is ready for growth. The other comment that I wanted to make as an external looking in.
Yeah.
Yep, please come on in. As an external looking in, the other comment that I wanted to make
Hometown
is,
hero right here. Powers back home.
the other comment that as an external, individual not part of the city, when when I was given your growth and your development plan and looking at that map, and I went, oh my gosh, oh my goodness, Newberry's going to grow so much. And then your city manager and your leadership team said, oh, this is a 20 to 25 year plan. And so, we have to also remember growth isn't going to happen overnight. And so, yes, you've got plans for growth, and many of these have been approved, but it's going to be over a long-term process. It's not all going to happen within the next 5 years of this strategic plan. So I think that's the only other comment that I wanted to share. Questions on that question about the accomplishments over the last 10 years? Okay, similar to that question, on page 6 of the resident forum report, so going back to the first report, I should have color-coded it. Part B of that question is a very similar question. Describe what it's like to live in Newberry now in the year 2031. That's just part of that visioning. And so you'll see some similar comments. They'd like to see that it's uncrowded, that you have state-of-the-art schools. Number 2, that it's still Alachua County. Pedestrian-friendly and bicycle-friendly downtown. Two groups mentioned that. That it's accommodating for all, that it has a small-town feel, that it has a great education for children. You already have that now, but they want to make sure that that continues. Great activities for kids, great leadership, multiple opportunities for young people to be educated, and for Local 24. I'm thinking the 24 is a typo. Number 8, I'm thinking the 24 is a typo, and I apologize. I'm going to have to look at the report. I'll look at the report on break. I brought it with me. To be educated for local, I think it's for local opportunities, local industrial jobs. What I remember about the conversation was our youth grow up and they go to school and they leave and they don't have opportunities to come back, is what I remember about the conversation. So I apologize that I didn't catch that 24, and I'll clarify that. Right, your local 24. So I'll clarify that on break. More outdoor dining opportunities. I think that may have made the list anyway, but certainly with COVID, we recognize even more the value of outdoor dining. So I thought that was good. Much better traffic flow on 26 they'd like to see. Multicultural options. This was an important conversation, that we don't have very many multicultural options, whether it be multicultural food, whether it be special pharmacy products, beauty products for people that may be of people of color or people of diverse culture or diverse religion and different multicultural backgrounds. Number 12, health and fitness activities of all ages. And so I think the conversation, as I recall, was centered on not just our youth, but making sure that we had, opportunities for everyone, from youth to senior, and just in. To clarify, I said seniors. So some specific examples were things like Zumba and spinning classes. They'd like to see new schools, and again, I think that was related to the overcrowding, based on that conversation that we had, the overcrowding with the schools. Positive one-way pairs, by right-of-ways, 2741 speed limit reduction. The conversation was that was a hazard and that they would love to see that speed limit reduced. So very similar question, but just as part of that overall visioning kind of process.
Do we have the authority for 27 and 41 to lower it, or we got it?
No.
We don't, we can't?
We can, and just for feedback, usually communities say lower, it's never that simple.
DOT will break
Microphone,
out
Mike.
10,000. DOT will break out 10,000 studies about how lowering the speed limit would potentially cause more accidents than raising it. So reducing the speed limit on 26 is in the works. I misspoke. 45, 27, whenever they do the next highway upgrade, which usually maybe is within a 10-year window, we can work on traffic calming implementation with DOT. I'm certain they'd be open to it.
So, Ms. Raines, when I'm looking at these, only number 3 has a number behind it.
Right.
So people were just sort of shotgun all over the place on this one.
And again, these were groups of people, so
Right.
usually they were in groups of 4 or 5 people. So it wasn't individuals, whereas the survey were individuals. So groups of people said, these are the things that we would like to see. And so where you see the number 2 groups said pedestrian friendly, whereas the others, it would have been only one group, but there could have been 4 or 5 people in that group.
Okay.
Yes, you will see that, that will come up here shortly as well.
Did not.
Still Alachua County.
Yeah.
Right.
It came up. I wasn't in that group, but it got reported out to the larger group.
Right. And it came up in the survey as well, so we'll come back to that too.
But that, when I'm looking at, I'm trying to look for overlaps here, and pedestrian, bike friendly. I mean, we've talked a lot about recreation. And I think we, sometimes, I'm guilty of this, I get focused on programmed recreation, Zumba classes, but, it's more, when we're having the conversation about connecting 26 to 15, that's our opportunity to make sure that there's a bike path in there that's already laid out, that when we landscape that, we don't just put in a straight racetrack, that we are creating that kind of walkable sidewalks. When I was in Amsterdam, because I've been to Amsterdam, I just want to drop that in. They've got they've got a street for buses, they've got a street for cars, they have a street for pedestrians, and they have a street for bicycles. I mean, they're all the same. Well, that's in all the streets. That's right. That's why everybody's going really slow. But that we have the opportunity when we do some of these street projects to create this concept. And when we've talked about the Seaboard project, in my mind it kind of wraps around and expands our downtown area, but there's no reason to limit it to just half of that street. I mean, it will be limited by how much money we have, but that would be the opportunity to make sure that we can get around very easily. We might want to think about golf cart paths, seem to be really popular, and part of the problem with our golf carts is they're not structurally created because we didn't build roads for golf carts, but we have the opportunity to think about, here's a golf cart road, right? We're putting it in, so that's my thoughts on that. He was probably cringing when I said golf cart pass. Don't do that. There we go, see? And we're about to put in a road. It's our chance to do it correctly, right? But if we have bicycle paths, that's health and fitness, right? Which is also on there. More outdoor dining opportunities. I mean, if I'm on a golf cart, I want to get from my house to an outdoor dining in a golf cart, or on a bicycle. All right, any other thoughts?
Yeah, to add on to that, like the parking, like he said, if it's done correctly, I don't know, hopefully it ain't had anything to do with this, but like this parking out here, what concerns me most are the pedestrian, or when you get out of your vehicle, how you have to wait to get a clearing from oncoming traffic, or traffic that's passing, before you open your door, or even trying to get into your car.
At least you oughta.
Huh?
At least you oughta.
Yeah.
Well, with traffic calming, where at the intersections where we pull the sidewalks out closer so it's not as wide open of a racetrack, we should be able to slow traffic down naturally. It usually, I will tell you, it is 100% ineffective to take a road that's 35 miles an hour and post it at 25. People don't pay attention. They drive as safe as they feel. So the way to get people to slow down for things like what you're talking about, and I'm the same way when I park out there, you wait for traffic to go by, is to simply put in traffic calming, make the road feel more crowded, and people will slow down. So that's and DOT is deploying that on both sides, particularly on this side where they have a little more room to work with. But we're going to have traffic calming on both sides of the highway as it goes through town.
That took about a year of negotiating because of the first rendition was just a straightaway, and Mr. New is absolutely correct. People drive whatever they feel safe to drive. So there's the speed limit sign, no effect whatsoever. If I'm comfortable to drive at 60 miles an hour, I'm going 60, no matter what it is. But you just got to have those little bends, something that visually gets in your way. And I'm not sure if you've ever seen that video because FDOT did a great job creating a virtual video of the businesses and houses they're in now and what that street will look like. And it's beautiful now because it's got all those landscaping, bulbs, bends, curves in it.
It's in Eighth Avenue.
Yes.
Eighth Avenue. It's done.
Yeah.
To expand on that, I attended a DOT
You got to come up here, Jamie, so we can hear you.
I attended a DOT seminar about 6 weeks ago, and based on their statistics, 82 or 83% of the time when they're asked to study a segment of road to reduce the speed, they end up increasing the speed because there's a justification to increase it. When they do the 80th percentile, as Mike said, people will drive as fast as they feel comfortable. It's more productive to make them feel uncomfortable at a higher speed and get traffic speed reduction that way.
Yeah, that streetscaping piece can make a big difference. So it's good that you're working with DOT on that. Other thoughts or comments about the visioning process? Okay. So next, we moved the groups through when we were in person. Next, we moved them into a SWOT analysis. And many of you are familiar with SWOT, that's strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And so we had the groups first focus on strengths and weaknesses of Newberry. And these, I reminded them, strengths and weaknesses are internal things that the city could control. Whereas opportunities and threats are external things that are often beyond your control. So I'll explain that in a little bit more depth when we get to it. I did ask that same SWOT analysis question in the survey. So again, we'll compare the two. I'll start first with the in-person and virtual groups, and then we'll go to the survey if that's okay. So I'm on page 6 of the in-person groups. It says strengths at the bottom of that page, and it's small government, 2 groups reported that. Small town, churches were united, community pride, quality schools, 3 different groups reported that. One group specifically noted providing lunch every day for all kids. Development guidance from the government perspective. Staying in tune with the community, your elected officials, i.e. you. 2 groups mentioned that you do stay in tune with your community, which is great. Having a forward-looking administration. I don't know if they paid someone to put that one in there, but no, I agree. You do have a forward-looking administration. You've got a safe community, recreational programs, friendliness, visioning. They really liked the visioning. I think was both the conversation both around in general the vision that the city has, but also being part of this visioning process. Many groups and many individuals were really thankful to, and you'll see it in the survey data too, really thankful to be able to offer their input into that process. Keeping the outskirts different than the city was considered a strength as well. So those were what the groups reported. If we want to look at the survey data, the trends, that's the 4-page report. It's on page 1. It was question 2. What are Newberry's strengths? And again, these are where, at least 5 groups reported this. sense of community, and small town feel, and small town values. To me, all three of those kind of go hand in hand. So again, you can see that ranks really high toward the top. Great schools, great people and caring neighbors, that also goes with that sense of community. So again, they could kind of be grouped together. Family-oriented, friendly, growth opportunities, proximity to Gainesville for jobs, resources, and retail, strong community leadership, seeks input from the community, that's again you and your staff. It's quiet, lovely rural setting and green space, and a unique downtown. Thoughts on the strengths?
Anybody?
They covered it all, didn't they?
I thought they did a good job, but I'm seeing a trend here, and this is not to delay getting into the weaknesses, because we want to talk about those as well. But, you know, we talked about green space and downtown feel and small town feel. And, you know, one of the things that has been, you know, kind of starting to keep me up at nights is this idea that Gainesville and Newberry are really, I should say Gainesville, it's unincorporated Alachua County, and Newberry colliding. So that you leave Newberry, you don't know when you've left Newberry. You leave, you go through unincorporated Alachua County, you don't know when you've entered Gainesville, because it's all one great big strip mall kind of a thing. And I think that a lot of these things that people are saying that they moved here for, a lot of the strengths and what they want to see, sort of depend on our ability to keep a big swath of open, green, farmland, pasture land in between us and our neighbors to the east. Because if we lose that, then I don't think it's going to be real hard for us to keep a sense of community, because I don't even know which community I belong to. You know, do I live in Gainesville? I don't know. I'm at the Publix in Jonesville now. We call it Jonesville. Is that just a suburb? So I think a lot of what the trend that we're talking about is going to depend on our ability to stay separate and allow folks who are visiting to us to say, wow, it's so beautiful
Our city limits.
riding to get here. And I don't quite know how to mandate and force a big green belt around us, you know, but somehow, some way. Commissioner?
I think it's funny you say that. I was just talking with someone, and they were like, I don't know where Jonesville and where the city of Newberry begins or ends, but they were saying driving down 26, they said right there where that nursery is off of 170th, right after it, they say they feel like they're driving into Newberry, which is right there where the green fields are at, where that bus is, and but anyways, to go along the green pastures and fields and stuff. So that's to kind of the division there.
You know, we want to be business friendly, we want to be growth minded, and the conflict, the paradox there is that Newberry Road is your highest commercial value. So everybody who's bought land on Newberry Road has bought it and said, one day, you know, one day I'm going to sell to Walmart and I'm going to make $1 million, you know, and you know, so how do we rectify that paradox of I want to be business friendly, but if we allow Newberry Road to develop, you know, from Jonesville to Newberry, we lose the sense of Newberry, you know. And I'm not this isn't to freak anybody out who's sitting on land on Newberry Road waiting to, because there may not be a way to prevent that, but I want us to figure out, just think about it, and folks, and figure out ways that we can partner with the community to keep that sense of divide, that you know when you've left one area and you've gotten to Newberry and you have that sort of green belt around Newberry, which then allows us to have these unique downtowns and small town feel and all of that other stuff, which we're clearly seeing is what people want, right? Any other? Commissioner Coleman?
One of the problems I see though is agriculture is in most of what you're talking about is in agriculture, and I know you're paying 3 times the amount for beef and stuff, but we're not getting 3 times the amount. And, I mean, chicken houses are gone. This was definitely not a bumper crop for watermelons this year. Actually, it was awful. So a lot of these old-time farmers that are here or cattlemen are looking for a way out. It's happening, and that's what's scaring me, especially east of here. So I don't know how you can make that happen. I mean, if the ag, if the money's there, they're going to stay there. But like I said, right now, it doesn't look good in the future. So.
I agree, and as every farmer knows, houses are the last crop you plant.
That's exactly right.
And then you're gone. So, somehow I know the county has been working with us on the ag tech part. I think if we can really, if we can get that launched, then we can partner with agriculture and farmers and really have an incentive to keep that. But like I said, I don't know the answer either. I just wanted it in our brains as we move forward before it happens and someone says, well, was there something we could have done to address that? And I think the manager wants to get it, then Brian. Mike?
Well, you going to talk about urban services boundary? Okay, Brian's going to speak.
All right.
Mr. Mayor, to your point about maintaining a green belt around the city, you have the tools at your disposal to do that through the comprehensive plan. And the element of the comprehensive plan that can help you with that is the urban services boundary that y'all have established. It's basically a 3-mile radius around the centroid of the city of Newberry, and it stops at this point right at 202. And so to the extent that the commission determines it's their desire not to extend urban municipal services beyond that in terms of water, especially water and wastewater, that will effectively limit the growth that can occur beyond that point. And so that gives you a strong tool to maintain that green belt beyond 202. Of course, there will be pressure as the landowners along further on as it develops towards 202. Well, you're right across the street. I want to develop mine, but that'll be policy decision based on the commission's.
How do zoning packages like commercial parks, though, fit in that? Because a commercial park means I'm going to build outside your urban services. I'm going to build a little pocket of commerce. Like is Coleman Storage a commercial park, right?
Well, Mr. Mayor, a lot of those types of developments occurred
Pre-urban services?
Pre-urban service boundary before the passage of the comprehensive plan in the early 90s. And so those tools may not have been available at the time.
Correct. And how did we determine 3 miles? Why not 2.5?
That was the.
I know we did, but what was the formula that a previous commission used to say 3 miles?
When, Mr. Mayor, to that point, when the previous commissions were looking at where they wanted to expand the potential of the urban service delivery to, they decided that basically extends us all the way to the county line on right about Newberry Road and to 202, and then north to about 46th, I think, on both ends. And so the commission at that time felt that there's so much growth potential within that core that they didn't need to go any further than that.
And from the urban services line to the GMA, how many miles is it now?
I believe that's going to put you right about 2 miles.
So in the city of Newberry, we've got 3 miles, and then you have a 2 mile. It's not going to be uniform all the way around, obviously.
Mr. Mayor, that's just on Newberry Road. In certain areas, the growth management area, the county's growth management area, butts right up almost to our urban services area. I think if we could pull up that map, I can show you that. But there's a little bit of a buffer between in some areas, and there's a little bit more in other areas.
Okay, but there is a buffer around the entire urban services area.
In most areas, because of our Swiss cheese kind of
Right.
nature. But to the most of the way, that's
And
correct.
to reduce the urban service, do we have any developments on the outskirts of our urban service area already? Or is there still room inside? I'm trying to get to, does this commission have the ability to shrink the urban services to 2.5? miles, or
Mr. Mayor,
2.75.
We could definitely go through an exercise and look at the existing urban services area, and you can contract it.
Can you put the map of the urban services, or I don't know if we're fluid enough?
I'm trying to find it.
Okay.
It's
Because
in my slide deck, but
I know.
I would, just to your question, to the east, the eastern boundary is 202, and we've extended utilities right up. We're not at 202, but we're a rock's throw from 202. There's really only one parcel there that doesn't have utilities across it. To the west, we already have industrial development at County Line. That's Southern Fuelwood, and the theater property, Post Farms. To the south is Sandia. It's going to go all the way to 46th, and it's been approved. To the north, we're not approved to 46th, but we have an application that is pending that you'll see before the end of the year. It's a large development, and it'll be coming from one of Newberry's own developers. So I'm not so sure that contracting is in the cards, but you know, Alachua County gets a lot of criticism for its position on growth, but it set an urban service boundary about 20 years ago, and they set it just west of Jonesville.
That's where Jonesville's there.
They have resisted extending it further, and they've received a lot of criticism, but they have stopped growth in its tracks.
Well, and again, I'm not trying to project that message out. Newberry's clearly the majority of our citizens want us to continue to grow and bring services and increase the tax base, which will increase those services and that whole symbolic. Is there a reason that the urban services area has to be a circle? I mean, I know we're not quite a circle. It could be any shape you want.
I recommend that it not be. I'm sorry, I'll let Brian speak.
Prior to the adoption of this urban services boundary, Mr. Mayor, it was more narrowly focused along the corridors, the primary corridors, and then it was expanded out later. So it can take any shape that the commission determines they want, and it can contract or expand within the municipal boundary.
And Mr. Mayor, I would point out, to your point about 3 seems to be ample, that a 3-mile radius gives us approximately 30 square miles in our urban services territory. Today, Newberry is 5 to 6 square miles developed, which means we're only filling up a quarter of our urban services territory with development.
Because, I'm not sure I'm seeing, okay, there's 337. You know, one of the things that happened when we had an application to move Gator back over to our southwest quadrant was that all of these horse farmers came out, and we didn't even know they were all back there, but we have all these 5-acre horse farms that showed up and said, I got a $700,000 horse in $1 million stable, and I live in a trailer, you know, and this horse is going to be driven crazy by the motorcycles, you know, the noise, all those kinds of things. So, you know, when I look at an urban services, you know, roughly kind of a circle here, you know, I think it fails to be as pinpointed in the kinds of development that I think we should be encouraging or discouraging in our city. So I understand the idea of an urban services area, but I also understand that somebody could come here and they could say, well, I want to build X here, and it's inside your urban services area, and that doesn't really fit what we want to encourage. Now, you guys could certainly just say no, right? We want to encourage horse farms in this, so we want this to be 5-acre ranchettes for horses in this area. But, you know, the northwest quadrant there, you know, I think that to me seems like prime, easy, low-hanging fruits for green space, for agriculture, those kinds of things. You know, really, truly, the rest of the 4 quadrants, I think they've gotten away from us at this point. There are already things in the works. They're already happening, you know, but the southwest, the northwest, those might be areas where we want to have a conversation. And then, Brian, you know, maybe the conversation isn't reduction of the urban services area. Maybe the conversation is zoning overlays that fit that more pinpointed. Because one of the things that we certainly could do down Newberry Road is just increase the standards so that, yeah, you can develop there, but if you develop, it's got to look first class. You know, these are, you can put houses there, but we want to see brick gated entries. We want the houses set back a little bit deeper. We want landscaped stormwater retention in the front to help give that buffer. I mean, that's your wheelhouse, but and, you know, maybe on the southwest we can do a zoning overlay that encourages something else. You know, maybe in the northwest, that's where we want the low income housing to serve everyone else, and so the standards become a little bit easier. And no, anybody listening at home, I'm just spitballing here. It's a workshop, right? I can already see my phone going crazy. What are you talking about? Don't do this, don't do that. We're just having a conversation. Brainstorming. Brian?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I mean, there are a number of tools that y'all can employ to make that happen. You know, you may decide that in certain areas it makes sense to contract the urban services area a bit, be a little bit more surgical with it. In other areas, you might want to leave it expansive, but then, to your point, through zoning or special districts, establish criteria, a higher level or a lower level of criteria in key strategically, determined places throughout the community. And so you can use zoning for that, land use and zoning for that. You can also use the urban services boundary for that. Absolutely.
Before we go to Jamie, what is involved, because the urban services was here before any of us got here, maybe Monty was part of it. What's involved in changing the shape, the size? Is that a comprehensive, we got to go up to Tallahassee and it's a 2-year project? Is that 2 readings from this board?
In some jurisdictions, Mr. Mayor, that might be a 2-year process, but I think in Newberry we could probably handle it through a couple of workshops with the commission, take direction, the staff would come back then with a revised urban services boundary area based on, like I said, the more strategic or surgical look. Yeah.
Done.
One crayon.
But it does take a whether you consider a large scale comprehensive plan amendment, but as we just saw with the new property rights element, those don't have to take forever. They got that back to us in really short order. I think if we presented an urban services boundary amendment, they'd probably have it back to us within 30 days, and then we could move on. So it's 3 to 4 month process.
Jamie, you're all right to let Ms. Raines go first? She had a follow-up question to that.
Well, I'm sorry, I was just going to ask about the comp plan. I made a note early on in this process. Your comp plan, I think you said the evaluation report was due in 21 or 22 anyway. So could it be looped into that?
It could absolutely be looped in that. In fact, we notified them that we are going to have substantive changes to our comprehensive plan, and so they've given us until August 2nd of 2022 to come up and to submit that plan for review to them.
And one day, Brian, you're going to give me an org chart for all of our different plans. We got the comp plan, the LDRs, the zoning.
Now a strategic
I need
plan.
to see it. We got the strategic
The
plan.
comp plan is kind of the umbrella. It's your vision statement. It's a community vision statement, and then the LDRs are how you implement that vision.
Okay,
It's
Mr.
the
Jones.
simplest form.
And Mike can correct me if he disagrees, but it's been my opinion, my experience, that this will kind of self-regulate itself without having to do the zoning overlays. Centralized wastewater service drives density. The cost of centralized wastewater service drives whether somebody builds or not. So when you're talking about a 3-mile radius like that, 15,000 feet of wastewater extensions, the cost of that will limit who wants to move forward and who doesn't without having to make any changes.
By the way, I meant to compliment you. I like the dark gray hat. I don't have that color in my arsenal, so I'm just
Jamie, Monday,
putting that.
you make sure the mayor has dark. To Jamie's point, there was a time in my career where you would see 5-10 mile utility extensions. If any of you guys remember driving to St. Augustine, you'd see stacks of 18-inch pipe, 25 miles away from St. Augustine, just out in the middle of nowhere. I haven't seen that. since the economy turned upside down in 2003 or so. Now, people they develop very compactly to the water main that's right beside them. They don't make 2-mile extensions anymore. So that, to Jamie's point, it has become more self-regulating because it's so darned expensive to extend utilities.
Just before, just before we leave this question, what is staff's reaction? Because I've kind of heard, well, that, there may be some benefit in changing the shape of it. There may be some benefit, may just let the market economy take care of itself. I mean, if I'm reading this information right, people really like green spaces, they really like the rural farmland atmosphere, these are the reasons they've come here. So what's our bet, and maybe this is just direction for you guys to have a staff meeting and really hash this out. What is, but I'd like to see staff's best plan for if you really want to do that, if you really want to make sure we have a green belt around Newberry, if you really want to make sure, you've got it already, you're good to go with the market, or change the circle, let's come up with some zoning overlays.
Mr. Mayor, I guess what I would recommend would be, as part of the update to the comprehensive plan that's due next year, that, we will have a series of workshops to discuss all of that the commission provide direction where exactly you'd like to see those green spaces. And the urban services, the advantage of changing the urban services boundary is that it provides a hard stop. And so, and to change that, to go beyond that, requires a comprehensive plan amendment directed by the commission. And so it sort of is a stronger tool to ensure that you don't develop beyond that. So if there's very specific areas that the commission says, we don't want to develop out here for at least 20 or 30 years because, it's going to self-regulate, to Jamie's point, absolutely. The costs are going to be prohibitive, but you have that incremental creep towards certain directions. And so if you want to say, hey, we want this green area here, and we want this green area here, and we want that to kind of be enshrined in our comp plan, that's a strong tool and a hard stop to make that happen. And so as part of the update to the comp plan, I would recommend we tackle that and get direction from y'all, and then we'll put that in.
And the next step in this process is for you to meet with upper management and have these conversations. How do we move from vision to action, right? Jamie?
If I can clarify, the answer to that is if you identify that that is a priority. So if at the end of the day you say, yes, this is a priority, then yes, we'll dig in more deeply to that. But if you identify other priorities instead, then no, that one will fall lower to the not necessarily off the list, but lower.
Yeah.
Thank you, I'm sorry.
So and this is just back of the napkin estimates, but say somebody wanted to go almost to that 3-mile limit and build something large, whether it's residential, commercial, this, that, or the other. You're talking $400,000 to $500,000 a mile in the pipeline to get back, $500,000 to $1 million for the lift station to pump that pipe, and then all the cost on the site. So you can see where the dollars will kind of self-regulate.
Right. Okay, so those were the strengths. Everybody ready? Take a deep breath, breathe in, we can do this, look at weaknesses. I say take a deep breath, but I say it without tongue in cheek. Every organization has weaknesses, and no matter which organization I've worked with, large and small, it's always difficult to hear some of the weaknesses, and sometimes you may say, ouch, that stings, or that hits home. But the reality is it's through that feedback of weaknesses that we grow. So again, what I'd like to do is start with the in-person, I'm sorry, my mic was not on. I'd start with the in-person workshops, and then we'll go to the survey. So I'm on page 7, and some of the things that were identified, the groups were not consistent with the weaknesses, but again, they were small groups. So some of the things they identified, staff diversity, again, these weaknesses are internal things that we could control. So staff diversity does not represent the community. Aging infrastructure, specifically with the sidewalks, No natural gas available. One circuit feeding Newberry downtown. 337 is dangerous. It's narrow and accidents, or accident prone. Is that where the telephone pole is today?
No.
Okay. Commission diversity, specifically not having females represented on the commission, was discussed. Communication, they were very specific. Not everybody gets a utility bill, and so you send out a lot of communication through that, but not everybody gets that. They also said not everybody's on social media, and once a month was not enough. And so they would like more communication and/or different methods of communication.
Before you move on, do you remember the context of once a month is not enough? What are we sending out once? Is that the utility bill?
Utility bill.
I think it was the utility bill.
Okay.
Stuff that's inside of it, like our communication.
So for the people who get the utility bill and get information
Right.
that way, they felt that they want us to bill them twice a month. That's what I'm hearing there.
I love it.
More
We have
communication.
responded by putting in in this year's budget, a giant tower center of town with big screen TVs and speakers, so that we can, what was the movie, Hunger Games? Kind of do the, Sector 13. Yeah,
That's how we're gonna pay for it.
that's it, yeah, exactly.
Well, we did have, we was gonna have an information sign out here, and I don't know what happened to that, but
It'll come, it'll come.
The city app, the communication app that we used to have that went away, is in next year's budget to have another form of communication.
And
I think that, I got a lot of feedback on the app. That was really, really popular when it was up and running.
the ones that we're about to acquire, we're down to 2, are mind-blowingly good.
Awesome.
They will be our best source of information. They'll get more communication out than all of our other forms combined today, if people will subscribe.
That's, if you didn't know that we had an app, we had an app before most cities had apps, so it wasn't a very good app. It was old school app technology. It was, now if what you're used to with apps, it was like, man, this is kind of burdensome, but even at that, people gave us a lot of feedback that they really enjoyed it. I just want to stick on this communication for 1 second, because we had a sign we were going to put out here. It seemed like something happened, and we were about $50,000 short in the budget that year, and we had 10 or 15,000, and so we had to nix some projects. And then it turned out that our own sign ordinance wouldn't allow us to have a electronic sign in our historic district. But, to go back to that idea, there could be another location in town where we put some sort of electric sign that, I don't know the ins and outs, the legalities of selling business sign, but we might be able to generate more community input by having that kind of a project. Because I think still old school, most people, they want to see it on the sign somewhere, somehow. And at least you can say it was on the sign, Commissioner Maison.
With the with the adding on to the city hall, that was one of the things that came up. If you remember, over in the corner over here, like a sign, like an electronic sign or something.
I mean, we've got to be able to give ourselves a special exception to put up an informational sign.
Well, and your current plan for City Hall, conceptual plan, shows one on each highway front.
Nice.
We figured we could get it changed in that amount of time.
Or the tower.
Well, I mean, I think the tower, the light, I mean, that's where everybody comes in. If there's a way that we could acquire a corner somewhere and put it there, I'm not sure how far or close you have to be able to communicate, because I know the ones at the schools, you can change the message on that from the computer inside the building. Is that what you were?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean,
Everybody can see them.
I'll tell you, communication with people, I have a woman that calls me once every 6 months, and she says, why don't I know about what's going on in town? And we have the exact same conversation every 6 months. I say, well, do you watch the commission meetings? No, I can't watch the commission meetings. Do you read the paper? No, I don't get any of the papers. Well, there's 2 or 3 that are free. Do you get, no, I don't have time to read the paper. Well, we have a website. No, I'm not on Facebook. And by, 10 minutes later, I've gone through every possible way that people can take ownership over having some information, and she's done none of it. And I said, well, ma'am, I don't know what to tell you, besides having a plane fly over and drop the flyers down in every neighborhood and doing that, once a week. I'm not quite sure, but it is always an issue. But I would also point to how many times do we get comments about commission transparency and commission interaction,
Right.
City interaction. So, if you don't know what's going on in Newberry, you have to kind of work not to know what's going on, because every single one of y'all's cell phones is the easiest number to find in the city of Newberry. 1906 in the morning. So, Mr. New?
2 comments. One, Amy, would you add a recurring reminder, calendar item for the mayor's phone to call Mrs. Smith once every 6 months? So we'll fix that one.
Problem solved, right there. Why not think of it?
But 2, on a more serious note, would float an idea. We did a peer review with a city that's a little bit bigger than us a few weeks ago, and I found it particularly good. And they had just staffed up and added a community liaison position with two jobs for the community liaison. One, to report to the community what the commission had to say, to get the message out right so that it doesn't get spun by the news or social media. So that community liaison, half their job was to get the commission's message out. The other half of the job was to be the PIO. And yeah, I said that wrong this morning. But to get our news out. So, and we have, for a city our size, we have the best social media campaign that's out there. We communicate well. One of our staff is presenting to a statewide organization this week on how to do social media well, but we still don't have a full-time person doing it. Now, that becomes debatable about whether that's a luxury or not, but if communication becomes one of our, this is your Achilles heel, a good tool would be, let's have a dedicated resource to make sure we don't miss the mark on that.
Dallas?
Mr. Mayor, to follow up on kind of what you were saying, I would offer that, we do have a community news link people can sign up for to get news from the city if they're not on Facebook. We do use Facebook. We use our reverse 911 system. We use Nextdoor. We're not on Twitter, technically. We do have the app coming. And then one of the things the city manager and I are working on for next year is community meetings, a meeting with each neighborhood, meeting with the HOAs and the churches, doing some more town halls, coffee with the city manager, maybe coffee with the mayor, to try and reach out to some more of those citizens who don't think that we are communicating enough.
And I would say, because community meetings and town halls is kind of low-hanging fruit. It's like, yeah, why don't we do that? And we used to do those all the time, and no one ever came. And then we stopped. So, you 3 times in a row, you go out and you buy muffins and coffee and that kind of stuff, and Miss Peggy's there, And so we bought breakfast for Miss Peggy.
And that's why this go around, we want to try and go to them. We want to go to your HOA meeting.
We did go. I mean, we went. We didn't go to, but we went. We went to different quadrants of the city. So and it's not to discourage the idea. I think we should do the idea. That's not what I'm saying at all. But maybe we were doing it too often, so people stopped coming. Maybe you have to do smaller, and you're sitting in someone's living room. Because I spend a lot of time meeting with HOAs in people's living rooms. I had one meeting where we just all stood in the middle of the street. So we've done those kinds of things. But but those are generally impromptu. Someone says, "Hey, can you come to the HOA?" Or I reach out to them and I say, "Hey, I hear you're having a concerned citizens meeting about this. Can I come and join in?" I don't know that we're at the size yet to add an employee that's kind of focused on that, but I think clearly that's where we should be going, because then that one person can find out when every garden club, concerned citizens, HOA, PTA meeting is, and try to make the circuit at least once every so often. And I agree, I mean, I think we are a social media town, but, you know, when I look at the commission, because I think this is really our job. You know, the city's job is to put it on the website, the city's job is to have some structural things, and then the residents' job is to access those structural things. But we've got 6 elected officials, and every one of us has a different group of folks that we run through, right? So you're sitting at 1906 and you're saying, this is what the city's doing, and that's, you got that all wrong, Bubba, right? Let me tell you what's really happening, right? And you know, people are saying to you, hey, why aren't y'all doing, and you can, you know, correct them, and I'm in the schools. So it really is kind of on us to talk a little bit more about what we're doing here, and hopefully get folks to give us some of the feedback and we can correct that information. I did not mean to divert us on this, on number 7 here, but Commissioner.
Well, I think, go ahead.
I was just gonna say the position Mike's talking about, I think is identified in year 7 of our staffing plan. So it's
Okay, 7 years away.
7 years away, unless moved up, it's not a next year or 2 thing.
Well, I think it was in, not weaknesses, but it may have been, but where they said more communication with the city, with the elected officials will help with that as well.
Yeah, I agree, you know. And it's just, it means that we're always on call in terms of we're always in the back of our mind, we're thinking about what's happening with the city, and, you know, as we meet people, we're asking them, hey, have you heard about this? You know, I had a meeting with a contractor who doesn't do a whole lot of work in Newberry the other day, and, you know, sitting there over dinner for 2 hours, and I was telling him about everything that's going on. He said, man, this is amazing. How are y'all doing all this stuff? You know, and I haven't heard any of it. I'm like, well, buddy, you live in Newberry. I taught all 3 of your kids, and you don't know what's going on. So, you know, but everybody's busy with their life, right? That's why they pay us to come up here and do this, so they don't have to come up and spend 6 hours on a Saturday talking about these things, because they're paying us to come up here and do it. We just got to give them the summary back, you know, in the end. And keep on going with our weaknesses.
I was going to say, Mr. Mayor, to your question about the signage, you're right. Our current code in the historic district doesn't allow for the electronic changeable signs.
I know
However,
someone on Harb. I know, we got to end.
And a couple of years ago, I did a email or posted on a forum about historic preservation and solicited input from other communities whether they allowed them or not. For commercial, they do not. But it wouldn't be necessarily uncommon for the municipality to exempt itself and have its own signage for the purposes you stated. It's not a commercial message. It's a community information message. And electronic sign technology is advanced to the point now where you can get electronic changeable signs that are not nearly as obtrusive as previous versions. So it certainly could be doable. It would be a minor change to our code that would allow non-commercial messages by the municipality.
We just open the door then to every other business in the historic district that wants one and says, well, you guys gave yourself one, but I can't have one. You know, we'll cross that hurdle if we ever get there. Go ahead, Ms. Raines.
I would just like to add to the comment about communication that from a PIO perspective, I've not worked as a PIO, but with every city and every county that I've done strategic planning with, and previous to my government work was business, communication almost always comes up because people just don't get the messages anymore. We're all so busy, and we don't read all the emails, and we don't read all the apps, and you know, not everybody is on all the technology, et cetera. So myself included. One of the general rules of thumb to keep in mind with communication, and then we will move on, is the research says it takes 7 times of communicating something before someone really hears it, really sees it, really knows it. So you've got to think about all of those different communication vehicles that Dallas just mentioned, getting that message out 7 different times, 7 different ways before somebody really sees it and hears it. So keep that in mind as you're moving forward. Okay, so back to the weaknesses. School systems and overcrowding, that we heard that pretty consistently. Creating an interest in education and youth agriculture, we heard that earlier with a different question. Loss of property. Small farms cost money, and so the startup money for that was a weakness. The stores or lack of stores was considered a weakness, and this was from the small group report out. Road lighting The gentleman mentioned the specific road, and I can't think of the name of it, but those of you that were at that group, do you recall the specific, I can go back to my notes, but
think he was in
it was
Country
west, heading west of town. The road lighting west of town was not enough, and a number of people commented about that, the safety of that. Speed bumps through the community, they would like to have more added, specifically around Newberry corners, and then more places to eat in terms of restaurants. So those were the weaknesses reported by the groups at the forums. Let's talk about them from the survey perspective, and then I will I will recommend that we take our break. So Newberry's weaknesses from the survey, this is on page 1 at the bottom. Lack of businesses and commercial growth, specifically grocery store and retail were mentioned many times. Lack of entertainment for families, in particular young people. Lack of strategic planning for growth, i.e. why we're here. Traffic management and planning issues, so specifically traffic signals, street lighting, traffic flow were items mentioned. Lack of code enforcement. Growing too fast without proper planning, developments and subdivisions impacting natural spaces was specified. Abandoned buildings was considered a weakness. Schools are at capacity and overcrowded. Large growth rate with no planning, and Springs County. So that's where I mentioned it would come up again. It did come up in the survey.
Look at the next one. Immediately followed by Alachua County.
All right, so we've got both, both mentioned. Thoughts as you compare the two lists between remember the forums were smaller, but in person, so we were able to dig more deeply. The survey was larger, but we weren't able to get more specific. So thoughts as you compare the two lists?
Yes, but let's take a minute to collect those thoughts. So I'm looking at some of these things, it seems like we're already addressing. When I think of abandoned buildings, I think of the electric building, right? I think of cold storage. Both of those are in the works to hopefully be beautified either, hopefully by both of them, by private entities. Country Kitchen.
Which is
All these downtown CRA, hopefully we're going to figure out a way to get some of that money to paint, pressure wash downtown area. Commissioner.
Any abandoned building?
Well, when I'm trying to imagine what people were picturing in their minds when they said this.
One up there, the old bank.
Yeah, the old bank. I'm thinking of the one in front of RPM that looks pretty terrible. And I think that's
Corner of that green building, Domino's.
yes,
Yes, that's like
yeah,
a little hotel over here.
I remember somebody-
right. So I mean, we just talked about the electric plant, the cold storage is in the works. But I do agree that we have some prime locations in Newberry that have some pretty unattractive, the old BP station, it sets the tone when you come into Newberry. You come into Light and the first thing you're seeing, well, actually on both sides of the road, are two older buildings that clearly no one's really maintaining and no one's really doing much for. And in both of those instances, I've been involved at various points, and it's been, the price is too high, the people want too much money for it, or the renovations, you can't even do the renovation. I think for both of those sites, I know the hotel is listed as a tear down. Like you can't even go there and fix it up, right? They just want to demolish it and put something else on there. Brian, how could we encourage, we have code enforcement, and I've heard the commission say many times, I don't want our code enforcement talking about these little issues. I want the code enforcement BP, right? Mm-hmm. Building in front of, visible places that are detracting, our look and feel.
Mr. Mayor, we, and it's very appropriate we're talking about this now, because I've been having those conversations with our code enforcement officer very recently. There are certain areas where staff's going to propose to the commission that we tighten up on our code, that we need more tools, especially on the commercial property side, to make sure that the yards are, even if they're vacant, maintained at a better status, landscaping and maintenance-wise, and then also, too, appearance-wise and safety-wise, as far as shoring up those buildings until they are repurposed. And then a list of more residentially oriented code violations that the commission may no longer be interested, that were put on the books years ago, that the commission may not be interested in pursuing. So we're going to have kind of a list in the very near future we're going to present to the commission for direction on how you'd like to proceed with those. But specifically, we have identified that we're kind of short on teeth when it comes to the commercial structures. If you do a very minimal level of landscaping maintenance, you basically just mow, but you let the bushes and the trees grow on. We don't really have any tools that say we can take you before the magistrate to make sure that you maintain the hedges in a certain manner and that kind of thing. So those are going to be.
So you're saying our codes have been geared towards residential, not commercial?
More towards residential, yes, or than and so there's kind of a list of things that tend to generate calls to commissioners. Hey, I'm being picked on by the code enforcement officer. Why are me? It's in our.
I got a boat in my front yard, and the guy's giving me a hard time.
Good example.
I drive by this building out here, and it's got stuff piled all over. It's in the center of town.
Exactly.
Why are you beating up on me? And what I'm hearing from you say, because this is the first time I've heard it phrased this way, is that our code enforcement rules have been geared towards residential, not. I'd almost like to go back and change that equation.
Right.
There are a couple houses right here on Newberry Road that I think we need to work on as well that are our homeowners, right? But
sure.
How long? What's the timeline for that to happen?
We can have something for you to review in the September meetings.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, can I have a head nod that we need to review that quickly? Because, I mean, right under abandoned buildings and are above it, lack of code enforcement, I think those things are going, and I know we've said, why are we talking about trash cans, our basketball hoops in the street when we've got, these bigger issues? Well, here's a structural answer that I'm glad we've gotten to, because we need more teeth on the commercial end. Would that do things like the BP? Because part of what I want to do is, if you've got an unreasonable price tag, just because you've bought it at a really great price and you're willing to sit on it for 50 years and let it become decrepit, I want to give you a financial incentive to either come in and maintain it, clean it, keep it painted, keep it mowed, or make it too costly for you to hold it there and just let it crumble in the center of our town while you wait for somebody to come in.
That's exactly the type of tools that we're talking about, Mr. Mayor, that if you don't maintain it to a higher level of standard that doesn't detract from the community, then there will be financial penalties through the special magistrate determinations that would encourage you to do something and move along.
Because, I mean, I get it. If I was able to buy something for $250,000 and I know that in 30 years it's going to be worth $1 million, I'll just sit there and pay the taxes on it and let it literally crumble in front of us. And before we voted to RFP the electric building, you could point to us and say, well, you're doing the same thing, right? You've got a historic building, you're just letting it sit there crumble. But we're trying to take all of these horses by the reins now and let's move. So if it's an investment, that's great, but maintain it in an attractive way until you're ready to get the price that you want. What are some other, I'm seeing a lot of things in the weaknesses that I think are beyond our control. School capacity, those things are, governed by a separate entity. And as we know, the Newberry schools are not overcrowded. It's a Alachua County School Board sending kids to Newberry that are creating the overcrowdedness. If you were to send the kids in Jonesville north instead of west, all three of our schools would have a 20% reduction, and there is capacity in the schools in the city of Alachua. So the overcrowding we're seeing in Newberry is not because of Newberry's growth rate. It's not because of the construction, the 20-year projected constructions that are going to happen. It is because of a school board decision to ship kids from Archer to Newberry and from Jonesville to Newberry. Now, the Archer students, I understand there's not a whole lot, there's not another place to send Archer. And Archer and Newberry kind of have a special bond. But Jonesville, it's a 5-minute longer drive, Jonesville to the city of Alachua, who has capacity in all of their schools, and now you've reduced the capacity by at least 20% for us. I do want to talk about the staff diversity, because I think that's something that is in our wheelhouse, that is a control, but I know that we're also limited by how many people apply for jobs. So I kind of like to hear about staff, and I don't see any numbers behind any of the things on either one of these, Ms. Raines. So that means that these were sort of shotgun, they just came up the one time, scattered?
The first report on page 7 is a group of 4 or 5 said staff diversity, so one group mentioned it. And it did not show up on the Newberry's weakness, but I believe it does show up somewhere on the survey. I think that it comes up, I'm forgetting where. But diversity does come up again. Diversity does come up again. I'm just forgetting which question in the survey, so we'll get to it. So again, on the survey, at least 5 people mentioned it in order for it to make my themes list.
Okay. Because when the charter officers, we have Mike, we have Judy, and we have a law firm, which now has 2 partners that are both white men.
They'd like to be called Caucasians.
It's coming. What? So for the charter officers, we're at 33% female, 66% male. Mike, do we have a breakdown of, I know we've got 66 full-time employees. Is that I'm trying to understand what people are seeing or not seeing when they are dealing with it, because you walk into City Hall, everybody behind the front office, everybody behind the glasses, we got 3, they're all female. We've got 3 Caucasian women, 1 African-American woman. You go into the Little Red Schoolhouse, help me out. What are our numbers?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I'll usurp the manager here. Out of our 65 full-time employees, we have about 41 white males. We have 13 white females, and we have 5 black females and 1 Asian female.
No black guys? They all retired?
According to my current list on city staff, we have no black males
Okay.
currently.
I'm sorry. I was just curious, how does that compare to your demographics of the town itself?
I haven't done that
11%
analysis
African-American.
recently. One of the things we do struggle with, and we're working on in your HR department, is having a more diverse recruiting effort, posting our job ads in more areas. One of the struggles that we do face is, there's like the Minority Engineers of America, and there's a Minority Accountants of America, and Black Engineers of America. There's not those groups for entry-level public works jobs or entry-level firefighters. So when we do have professional jobs open where those organizations do exist, we make sure to advertise in them. And we have a list of minority professional groups to advertise in. We're currently planning a recruiting effort for your next fire chief, and we have a list of there's like the Black Fire Chiefs of America Association that we're going to make sure we advertise in. We're struggling to find those sorts of places to advertise for entry-level, parks and recreation assistants and line workers. The issue we face is, the fire department and line workers and water departments historically have been white males, and it's a struggle to find both female applicants and minority applicants for those positions.
Well, and I hear all of that, and I also think, because I really believe that we've done better historically at when we get to department level, when we raise up through the ranks, right? But hearing that, there's not going to be an opportunity for someone of diversity to rise up through the ranks because we have very limited numbers right now.
That's great. And we have in your pipeline to say your supervisors and manager roles,
Right.
we have a lack of diversity in those candidates as well.
Are there structural prohibitors when we get applications? So, I mean, I know I had a conversation maybe 5 years ago with an African-American male who said he tried to get a job with the city of Newberry, but he had a criminal record, but it was 10 years old, and he's not that guy anymore. I mean, are there any of those kinds of things that automatically takes you out of the loop?
Mr. Mayor, you're correct. We used to be much more stringent about our background checks. In the last few years, we've been moving to be more open
To people changing.
To people changing, looking, instead of just saying, oh, you've got a record, you're not considered, looking at your record, looking at the length of time, what's happened since. So it's kind of a case-by-case basis. You know, we had an applicant who applied to be a bus driver who had a record of child abuse. Okay, you're not going to be considered. But if you did something stupid 10 years ago, we're going to consider you. However, if there's an applicant who's equally qualified without a record, we're going to choose that applicant over. But that is a decision made by your HR department on a case-by-case basis.
And the HR head is a white woman.
Yes.
So we've done well with females. I didn't hear any Hispanics on that list.
We don't currently report any, but we also ask employees to self-identify. So some people of Hispanic descent don't self-identify as Hispanic descent.
Do we identify any other diversity categories, sexual orientations, religious orientations? Do we do any of that kind of self-reporting out, or we don't?
So
have?
in our application tracking system, we do a full EEOC reporting that asks employees to give their race, ethnicity, those sorts of things. That information is hidden from everybody except for your HR department. So your hiring managers and your people who are going through the process can't see someone's race or ethnicity or gender. In our system, we only track race and ethnicity. We don't track any other sort of diversity.
And in the new census
categories.
material, did we get, because I used to have these numbers, I think when I first started, Newberry was 11% African-American, and I think it was 14% African-American. Do we have
The
that?
new census will have that. I don't know if it's been released yet, but it will have the demographic breakdown.
And the basic rule of thumb is that your employment should reflect
Yes, sir.
what you had, your applicant pool. I know I've heard from commissioners and from local people recently that there's some frustration that local people are not getting local jobs, right? That I've been here my whole life, I can't get hired on the city of Newberry. Are we having, that would sort of be the opposite of diversity. That's more like we don't want people, we only want Newberry residents. So I mean, are we getting, sometimes, are we getting local applicants? Is it legal to even ask and put a ranking and say, well,
their address is
two are
listed.
the same and you live in Newberry, so.
No, you would not want to go down that route, just kind of for the same reasons you don't want to really go down like local preference.
Right.
But especially in employment, that would be a discriminatory action. What we have found is a lot of times local applicants are not as qualified as other applicants from outside. We are getting a lot of applicants from outside of the area who have all of the qualifications, have the certifications, have everything we're looking for, and we're going to choose the best applicant for the position, regardless of
Well, that's been my response, because it's an interesting thing working inside Alachua County School Board and the way that we treat teachers and the things that we ask teachers and the compensation that we give teachers, and sitting up here and the way you guys treat our employees. And I think when it comes to employment, we generally live in the bubble of wherever our employment is. And you guys all have a unique opportunity of working for someone, because we're all part-timers, right? Everybody up here is doing something else. And, you know, if I could have it over again, any day I would take the way that we treat our employees versus the way the school board treats their employees. You guys have had raises and merit raises and training opportunities and maternity leave and paternity leave and educational development, professional development opportunities. I'm sure that from the employee's perspective, you guys would always say, well, it could have been a little bit more, you know, but, you know, from my perspective of someone who is poorer today than when I started with the school board 15 years ago, because we get about $300 a year as a step, you know, and then they tax it. So you get like $100 more a year from when you started. You know, this is a much more welcoming, and I mean, we spend a lot of time thinking about our employees, right? We could always do more for them, but we do try and we do what we can. So it actually makes me, in one way, you know, when I talk to people about that, you know, that means that we have other folks from all around who are seeing the way we treat employees, and they are coming and saying, I want to be part of that workforce. I want to be part of that environment. And it makes it more competitive. It means that we're getting, you know, hopefully more folks. Now, that's still an ongoing process. But, you know, when I talk to local folks that I want to get a job, I say, well, you know, this guy's applying for the same job, and he's got, you know, he's much more experience. He's got a degree. He's got 5 more certifications, you know, and he wants the same job you want. And, you know, we're at that cusp of, you know, good old boy, it's because I knew somebody, and a professional city where we're just judging everybody based on your qualifications and what we've got. So it still doesn't quite answer the diversity question of why we're not getting there, right? Dallas?
I just wanted to make 2 points. You know, one is that your city manager and I and our department head team do talk about diversity in our staff meetings, and it is a discussion we've had, and we're working on trying to identify candidates and get candidates. In terms of local people, I would say we easily have 60 to 70% of our workforce at least lives in Newberry. They may not be from Newberry, but they definitely live in Newberry or live in the area. You know.
I'd actually like to know that number
I can get
more
you that
precisely. Like, what out of that 66 full-time employees is it? You got the number?
For the employees that respond.
Yeah, I can pull that number for you pretty quickly.
Okay.
Give me a second.
You know, while he's looking for that, you know, 337, it's a county road. We're working on it. You know, road lighting, stores. I mean,
You know,
go ahead.
I got I saw the traffic, the traffic managing planning issue. The other day, I saw the crossing guard do something that I don't know if she's allowed to do it, but I certainly think that it would help the traffic. Over there, right across from Oakview, where the buses try to come out and take a left from the school, and traffic is just crazy. What she did is she stopped the traffic so that the buses could come out and then direct the traffic to go. Now, going up on 15th Ave, I've only seen a cop do it, so I don't know if she could do the same thing to her. When that 15th Ave traffic backs up, you know,
Yeah.
she just allowed, you know.
It's a long
to keep the flow
conversation.
going.
It's a long conversation. There's crossing guards were supposed to direct traffic at the beginning of this school year. The one at 15th was supposed to, on the very first day of school, be directing traffic because the past hindrance was where the crosswalk was. We moved the crosswalk, and she was supposed to start directing traffic. That was the messaging we had with ASO. 3 weeks into the school, and I have been on the phone with somebody from ASO every single day of those 3 weeks, till finally last week I was on the phone with the sheriff himself saying, because as soon as school started, the message changed to no, crossing guards can't direct traffic. I said, well, I see them do it. Cowboy Mike does it out here when people are trying to turn. The one in Archer does it. The one down on 34th Street, Trenton. And the sheriff agreed. He said that they absolutely can. He said there may be a certificate, a day training we have to send them to get that. And I said, on your behalf, I hope that was okay. I said the city of Newberry will pay for every single crossing guard in the city of Newberry to get that training, but we expect we expect that. Now, I think in that, on 15th, that may precipitate a shift, right? That woman is
Yeah.
kind of short, right?
Yeah.
And so she may not be comfortable with doing that, not to be heightist, right? But it may be that we want to put her where Wayne is, because at where Wayne's stationed, he's down here at the elementary
Yeah.
school. There's a three-way stop sign that already is doing that job of stopping traffic. So we might want to put her there. I've also, when we moved the crosswalk, that crossing guard was supposed to help kids cross 27 and 15th. And she barely gets to the middle of 27 before she's back. So I need that person to be able to move across and then help them across both of those roads. Was one of the arguments we made to FDOT about why we needed to move the crosswalk, because kids were having to cross two busy intersections by themselves before they could get to the crossing guard. Moving that crosswalk saved everything, but now what I think has happened is some mid-level supervisor has just sort of put a foot down and said, my crossing guards are there to help kids across, not to do anything else, and we need a more cooperative environment on that. So Sheriff said he's got it, he will handle it, he will take care of it, and I'm gonna stay in touch with him to make sure that that's not a 6-month, I'll handle it, that's we get this thing done in a week.
Well, I think that'll definitely cut down, it'll help with the traffic on 15th Ave. And if you've ever been in it, you're begging for it.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused by, I see things, it's not, not on this one. I mean, I guess it's part of communication, but when someone says lack of strategic planning for growth while they're sitting in a visioning session,
Survey. This one was a survey.
right? That I don't know exactly how to interpret that, Just,
COVID, some of these things just kind of.
great perspective.
Mr. Mayor, I have your numbers. So we currently have 84 people on our payroll, which includes part-timers and yourselves. We've got 31 who live in the Newberry zip code, 6 who live in Archer, 8 who live in High Springs, 6 who live in Trenton, 6 who live in Alachua, 15 who live in Gainesville, and the remainder live in,
Unincorporated.
well, all over the state, because we have firefighters who come from down south, but Bell and all those little other places.
And 2 of the High Springs zip codes are in the city limits. That'd be me and Commissioner Martin if he's in the pool. And I know one of our Newberry zip codes is in unincorporated Alachua County because I can't get him to actually reside in the city limits that he works for.
We also have a Gainesville resident who's
Just saying,
moving to
Travis.
Newberry. So that would,
What was the percentage of that then, Dallas? It's a pop math quiz, right?
Roughly 40%.
yeah, for Newberry, it'd be 37% of people on the payroll that, microphone, that would be of people on the payroll. Like you said, we have 65 FTEs, but this is 84 employees. So this includes all of our part-timers and all those sorts of things as well. So I'd have to go back and
Adjust that.
Adjust it for
Yeah,
full-time.
I would like to, because part-timers who work part-time here, part-time around, I wouldn't necessarily count that as our employment. City commissioners, by charter, we have to live here, so I'd kind of take them out. Of the people who are not structurally charter officers, right, they have to live in, city clerk has to live in Newberry, right? It's the same requirement. In the new charter, I think we changed it, or we talked about maybe changing it. I have to go back. I still have the old charter more fluently.
We changed, it's changed.
Okay. So, because when I think people say staff diversity, when I look at our upper management, I see gender diversity. HR is a female, our city clerk is a female, city clerk's assistant is a female. Everyone here is a female. Principal planner is a female. I think what they're talking about is African American diversity. I think that's, they're trying not to say it, but I think that's what they mean. And I'm trying to figure out where. So that's the kind of, I'm asking you for numbers on the local, but, that would help me know how many local people are applying. I mean, do we got to get
We do.
into neighborhoods and say, hey, there's a job opening here, and I think he'd be good for it.
That was gonna be my question was, are they applying?
Yeah. Because that, one of
Are
the
you talking
things-
about minority applicants?
Yes.
We are not hiring staff at any different rate than are applying. So it's not like, we're getting 40% minority applicants and hiring 1%, and, we're only hiring non-minority. We do hire at a relatively similar, if we have 10 jobs open and 4 minority, we typically hire 4 minorities and 6 non-minorities. So
Right.
we're matching pretty closely to our applicant pool.
You may have answered this, but where are we putting out the application?
The applications are on our website. The job ads go to Facebook, Glassdoor, Indeed, Google Jobs.
I've seen Google Jobs.
Yeah, I mean, they get
I'm looking for
blasted to
anybody
a whole
that
bunch of.
may not.
If it's a specific job, so like we advertise firefighting jobs in the Florida Firefighter Association, line worker jobs, we advertise at line worker colleges, the planning jobs, we advertise with the Association of American Planners.
Do we put a flyer up at MLK?
That's what I was
or
going to say. The same thing about Hitchcock.
Yeah.
We got those bulletin boards that we put.
Cason's
up there.
Barbecue,
We
which isn't
used to
Cason's
do
anymore.
that, but it became a time consuming.
To go
And we
around.
didn't get a lot of applicants, the city commission's policy used to be that we had to go post jobs at the post office.
Right.
And we didn't really see a big
Bump from that.
So we've stopped doing that, but it's
You knock
certainly
on
something.
doors,
Well,
May I?
that's kind of back to that
Career source. We have to
community
have a career
liaison
source.
person, right? I do. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, if I may add, I taught for many years for a college of business, and I taught human resources was one of the topics. And diversity and inclusion and equity is something that's really important to me. And I think that there's connections, not only to kudos to reaching out to some of the more diverse associations and groups. That's obviously a really good strategy to use and to employ. But sometimes it's also cultural and it's internal, or it's a perceived culture, that it's a perceived system or a perceived way of doing things that may need to change. And so some things, it may be your images on your website, are they all Caucasian people? Your images on your Facebook page, are they all Caucasian people? And so your videos, are they all Caucasian people? So sometimes it's looking at other messages that aren't specific to HR that people pick up on as they're considering these things. And then 2 other points that I wanted to mention. I haven't talked about the staff survey, but there were a couple of comments, 2 that are specific to this that were of concern to me. One of them was Newberry's weakness. Someone said, not everyone is equal. And so I don't,
Now, is that the staff level?
that was a staff. So that's not specifically stating that it's diversity, but it often means diversity. And the other one that was of great concern to me was someone commented potential negative things, and we were going to get to it, but potential negative things that are occurring or could occur that Newberry should avoid. So this is in our SWOT analysis. It's a threat. Someone said, and I'm reading a direct statement, stand tall against liberal pressure to accept transgender LGBT ideals and stand true to its roots of Christian ideals. A marriage is one man and one woman, exclamation point, double exclamation point. Stay true to what built this country. So everyone's entitled to their own views and their own perspectives, but that is not at all an inclusive statement. And so if that's coming from a staff member, hopefully it's only one, but it shows that there could be a cultural issue internally that maybe others pick up on or perceive that.
What was the question again to that response?
It was the SWOT analysis, so the threat, what are potential negative things? So
That person thought it was a threat.
Right.
That the city of Newberry has 2 liberal leanings?
Or that the city
liberal,
accepts
You ever been
transgender,
that?
the city accept transgender LGBT ideals. So they were concerned about that.
They're threatened by inclusivity.
Correct. Correct.
Okay, making sure I'm understanding it. But that was one response?
That was one response. So hopefully, and the other response, one was in caps, one was not in caps, and I could do the analysis. I think they were two different people, but I could do the analysis. The other part that I was going to tie to the data is in the forums, someone, a group mentioned having multicultural options. So without multicultural options within the city, you're also making it less likely to attract people who may come from other areas if you don't have multicultural options here for them. So all of these things are connected. So I just wanted to make that point.
Look, the way I look at this is that the most qualified person deserves the job. And I mean, we've come to the conclusion that black males aren't getting the jobs here. This man right here has got he's got a great job. I look at him as equal, and we got to stick to that. It's not like we're going to drop our standards because of the color of their skin. So that's where I'm at on that.
And when we see applications, when we're reviewing applications, it's not apparent to the reviewers where people stand. I mean, I think if we get into face-to-face interviews, it becomes more apparent. But so we know the statistical analysis based on data going through the electronic data keeping that we keep. But when Jamie gets a set of applications for Public Works staff, he doesn't, when he picks who he's going to interview, the applications don't tell him one way or the other.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, to the manager's point, and that's one of the things that I look at in terms of our metrics, is where minority applicants fall out of the process. If we were moving a lot of minority applicants to interview and then they were all getting moved out of the process after interview, that would be a huge red flag that these people were qualified and then all of a sudden we interviewed them and we learned what their race was and now they're not qualified, and we're not seeing that. Additionally, the city does a employee engagement survey every year to to see where our morale is and see what we can work on better as an employer. There are questions in that survey specifically to diversity and inclusion. One of the ones is, I feel treated similarly to my coworkers. There's another that's employees are treated equal regardless of race, ethnicity, age, gender, disability, religious beliefs, and sexual orientation. We're scoring on that particular one. 71% of our employees said they feel that there aren't any issues. 21% said they don't know, and 9% said there are. So we are measuring that stuff internally, and we're not seeing a lot of reports of internal discrimination.
I would say that, that's a good measure, right? Where are people dropping out? But there are plenty of studies that say that there are cultural things that show up on paper, cultural names, those kinds of things. So we just want to make sure we're being conscious of that as well. And just to the one comment that would certainly be concerning, I'll say that as long as I'm the mayor in the city of Newberry, we're going to have an opening and inclusive environment. We're going to accept, actually what I'll say is we're going to stay out of whatever your personal, religious, sexual orientations, those beliefs are, because we are in the business of small conservative government, and that's not our lane. But we are going to be an inclusive and welcoming environment. We're not going to make anybody feel different because of those choices. And if the city of Newberry ever feels differently about that, then they are free to unelect me at the next time. But right now in 2021,
I second that myself.
Well,
thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, to staff, I'll echo that as to how administration is going to handle political views or religious views or personal views.
Right.
And if you can't tolerate our inclusiveness and our welcomeness of diversity, you're free to seek employment. I guess we'd start with, won't you try being inclusive and loving your brother? And if that doesn't work, you're free to seek employment elsewhere.
Very good.
Dallas.
Well, as an openly gay member of your staff. Shock, I know. Shock, right? And a member of your senior management. I will say that the city of Newberry does have a resolution on file from the 90s where it took a stance against the threat of homosexuality in the United States and against marriage equality. That resolution does still stand on your books. And I know it's detrimental to myself. It's been detrimental to other employees. So if the commission would like to repeal that resolution, it would mean a lot to me.
Absolutely. I'd like you to put that on.
It'll be on the next meeting.
And, and we did the same thing when we discovered that we didn't have anything on the books repealing the fact that our cemetery was still segregated.
Yeah.
We took a stand and we said, we had a footnote from the attorney saying that Newberry would adhere to federal law. That was as close as we could find. And we felt like that wasn't good enough, that we needed to say, no, segregation is wrong. So if there's a resolution on the books, we need to go back and we need to say, no, we repeal that resolution. That's not what we stand for. That's not what we're about. Well, we've had kind of we got a little off on very important stuff, but before we take our break, I'm looking at especially the live one, and I've got 5 or 6, and there may be more, right? Lack of strategic planning issues, growing too fast without proper planning, schools are capacity overcrowded. I take that as a planning issue, large growth with no planning. And before I just chalk that up to bad communication, because my knee-jerk reaction is that people who are saying that while they're at a visioning session, they're not part of the loop that are hearing these kind of 6-hour meetings that are all about planning for the future. You guys sit through them on a weekly basis, without going all the way to a city employee that's focused on that kind of communication. Are there things that we're not planning for from utility perspective, Parks and Rec perspective, planning and zoning perspective? I mean, is there credence to this? Is there any area, because I'm racking my brain for something that I haven't sat in a 2-hour meeting on in the last month, but if I haven't sat in it, it wouldn't be in my brain. So is there an area that we aren't actually planning? Because we've got plans for Water Down 26. We've got plans to look at our urban service area. Is there something that some area that we're not doing what we should be doing? You say, well, I've been afraid to bring it up in front of Mike, but since you asked, we really need to be focused on something else, and we haven't.
Yeah, I can go hang out outside for a bit.
Travis, anything in Parks and Rec that you can see we should have been planning on this 20 years ago and we're not doing? Brian?
I don't really think so, Mr. Mayor. I mean, when you put that chart up there that shows all the different areas that are under development right now, with 2 exceptions, those were all actually planned for 10 to 15 years ago, right after the 2006 visioning workshop was completed and the comprehensive plan was amended. And so the items or the issues that were brought up during that visioning session would have been incorporated into those areas that were approved for growth. They got mothballed because of the economy, but then they've come back out. And so for the most part, everything that people are seeing was planned for 15 years ago. It was thought of back then. As we're working on our update for the comprehensive plan this year, it does give us the opportunity to update those plans, and that'll be a part of that. And so not just the urban services boundary, but also the different areas where the commission believes certain types of growth are appropriate, certain areas where they're not, and that can all be incorporated into that. So while the plan is a little bit old now, we have the opportunity this year to go ahead and update those plans, this visioning being a big part of that, and move forward. So it's not that, I think people just don't realize most of what's going on now was planned for quite a while ago. It's just took this long to come to fruition.
Okay. Commissioner Coleman?
Has really might not have anything to do with it, but what happened to the natural gas pipeline stuff? coming from, I know that would probably be mine,
Well-
coming from, out there.
Out Argos?
Yeah, yeah. Where did
Well, that was our
come?
last hope, was, because we did that whole study to see if we could get into business,
Right.
and we couldn't make the numbers work. Argos was gonna run a line to them, and we thought, well, maybe if they get it to that point, it was gonna go there. I might have that wrong. Mike, do you remember, where do we stand on the natural gas question?
Mr. Mayor, we have two natural gas franchisees. One is Gainesville Regional Utilities, and the other is Florida Public Utilities Company. GRU is public, FPUC is a privately owned company. GRU has just been really cash strapped in the last 5 years. They don't have borrowing capacity, and so they're just not expanding their system. The FPUC communicates with us regularly. They can't make the business case to bring natural gas into Newberry, but Newberry is Argos is part of the business case. So as Argos's projections for natural gas go strong, it makes a better business case. Now, FPUC thinks that the best way to move forward is through some sort of a partnership with the city of Newberry, where we are involved at some level. We have some advantages in the marketplace that they don't. They would like to bring information to the commission to see if you wanted to kind of get in the business at a partner level instead of just being a franchisee. And I think they intend to do that. They're never quite ready to present to the commission. We've been talking to them for about a year about doing this, but I've had a conversation as short as 2 or 3 weeks ago where they think that the only business case to be made in Newberry is if we get involved as what they call the LDC, which is the it's either local or load distribution company. They become the wholesale seller to the city. We become the face of it, and we would have customers like we have retail electric customers. I expect that's going to come up in the spring. We've been pointing towards getting it in front of you guys when they feel like it's when they have enough information, and their analysis has been pretty dynamic. Argos changes pretty frequently on what they think their plans are. But I still anticipate in the next 3 to 6 months that we would present something to the commission that would say, hey, you'll have to invest money, and it'll be 7-figure money, but we can be in the natural gas business. And I've been concerned about, well, we've got all these other projects. I would just remind the commission that when that opportunity comes, that it would be a new fund. So it wouldn't be an additional $2 million on top of your $10 million out of the general fund. It'd be $2 million out of a gas fund, and that we would have a revenue projection to show how we would repay that back. But I think cities are willing to go in the business and be cash neutral in 10 years, 20 years, because cities are in the business of, we're going to be around for centuries. So if we have to be cash neutral, we will. All these companies I talk to say that they can't move a project past their board if they're not cash positive at year 4 or year 6. They have very short windows, and that's why we're an attractive partnership for them. Sorry for the long answer to a short question.
But is natural gas right now cost effective? Compared
wish
to
I had it.
propane and.
It's about half the cost of propane.
Well,
But the
there you
pipeline, the pipeline getting it here, it means that it'll be the same cost as propane for 5 years or a decade, and then it'll be half the cost of propane.
And those technologies are always
Yeah.
shifting, Did you have something, Commissioner? Okay.
Sorry.
And then, Jamie, you said to the planning question, nothing that you can think of that we should be doing that we're not doing.
No, sir, Mr. Mayor. In my opinion, the city at a staff level and at the commission level is looking at every potential aspect that they can in planning and utilities and transportation, looking at law enforcement, looking at fire services long-term, EMS services. I can't think of a single thing that the commission isn't actively working towards or working on.
And I think that's kind of how I phrase it as well. It's not that, I mean, we're having conversations about the police department and, you know, are we at the stage now? When will we be at the stage? What's the population point? Where will it go? And you can go through, and I've been posting a series of this on my social media, you know, once a month, here in categories, public safety, and you do a couple of those, roads, and, you know, it's not, maybe not, we're not in the middle of doing it, but we're in the middle of creating a pretty good plan for it when we get to the point that is the trigger. You know, I mean, I've yet to see a study about police departments that recommend going down that road when you're under 10,000 population. It's just too expensive, you know. So when people say, well, we need a police department now, I say, well, maybe not, you know, maybe we don't need one now, but at 7,300, now is when we should be figuring out where will it go, how will we pay for it, you know, all of those kinds of things. Anything else in the weaknesses that you wanted to ask Ms. Raines about before we take a break? Because I know we're punching up against lunchtime now.
You want to just wait until lunch gets here? Tracy wants to get it.
Oh, and well, yeah, we can do that. And I would say to all staff, if we come across something in our history of resolutions, our lack of resolutions, bring that. Don't wait for us to have a visioning session and for it to organically come up. Push that issue, because certainly the world has changed, and this is not to denigrate past commissions, but you know, we've had African American commissioners, we had an African American mayor, and it boggled my mind that we had a segregated cemetery and no one brought it up. You know? And it gets, you know, when I have to desegregate a cemetery in 2019,
Right.
you know,
Yeah,
I mean,
that's something that is in the past.
right.
It, you know, and was well before, I'd say, us in the 90s and stuff like that. I'm just glad that we handled it. So.
Me too. And I want to handle those things, and because that's part of building community, right? You take those moments and you say, the way we did things back then, it's not the way we're doing them right now. And it's, all right.
And some of those issues staff is unaware of, and what I mean by that, you've got a lot of new staff here. They don't necessarily have all the history on the resolutions. When I arrived here, there was some discussion about, you know, one part of the cemetery was this and one part of the cemetery was that, and I said, absolutely not. That's not what anyone does. And while there may be something said on the books, that's not necessarily what's put in practice on a daily basis, but staff is unaware that there may be an old resolution or old ordinance or something. And your point's well taken. If we do discover that, we will bring it forth post haste.
And that's not, I do want to make clear, when we desegregated the cemetery, that was it was a symbolic moment. We were not segregating the cemetery in 2018. You could buy a plot anywhere in the cemetery you wanted in 2018, 18 or 19. You know, it wasn't an act, but I believe that the symbolic gesture of going back and saying does have value, and saying that's not the way it is anymore. We're going to take this off the books. We're going to remove this language. We're going to take away these resolutions, because it's not just in our books that we're not doing this, but it's also in our hearts and minds that we're not doing this, and we're going to work with employees to make sure that everyone's hearts and minds can accept, you know, everybody. Love your neighbor, right? Anything else in the weaknesses that you, Ms. Raines, want to point out to us?
No, those were the ones that we identified from both the survey and from the forum. And just to your point, I admire this commission for this discussion. I didn't expect to spend that time on the diversity component, but I respect that, and I respect your charge that all staff bring anything forward. I think that also is not only making amends, but it's also adding to the culture of the town, of the city, and the culture of the workplace. So I'm encouraged by that as well.
Thank you. You know, the timing on the outage today, fortuitous. Where, you know, and I know we've talked about this, maybe, but for folks watching at home who haven't, the circuit feeding downtown Newberry. I know we want a substation, but we're not going to front that $5 million cost. So we're waiting for someone else to get here. What are we working on? How are we approaching this idea that we've got, if a car hits that one pole?
Well, Mr. Mayor, there's hardly anything that we're going to do when a car hits one pole. It took out one pole today, but it sent a shock wave through our system that probably opened all of our reclosers. Am I correct, Jamie?
It actually only had one circuit out. It did not
okay.
have the
So-
whole city out. It only had one circuit. And we were able to float that out and isolate it and restore. Basically, from the time the generator cranked here to the time they turned power back on was like 62 minutes. So it wasn't the whole city. We have done a lot of study on what a second feed could do and would do for Newberry versus the cost. The initial findings of that study is a risk-reward thing, and there had only been so many instances over the past 20 years that the whole city had been taken down. That being said, at some point in time, it will be necessary and advantageous for that to happen. It just remains to be seen as to when.
Mr. Mayor, I think that our conclusion is that we don't need a substation. We do need a second feed to be more reliable. There's just not, and that means another substation to connect to. There's not one currently available. So everybody that rolls into town that has anything to do with wholesale power, they're aware that we are looking for that next substation. I think it's going to come from one of two places. Either Clay Electric's going to build a new substation on our eastern side of town because of their load growth and they need it, or probably more likely, if you put in a 74 megawatt solar system, it requires a substation. So when that substation, as soon as it gets contemplated, we're going to raise our hand and say, and by the way, we want a feeder position off of that, and we'll build a circuit to that, and that's going to be the biggest reliability we can improvement for citywide outages.
Any advancement on attracting the solar farm that was denied in Archer to the city of Newberry?
We have a conversation. FMPA was in town 2 weeks ago. We have a conversation with everybody in the solar business that we are open for business and that it is allowed by right. They won't have that type of conversation. Our commission couldn't deny a solar farm that wanted to come to town. They could evaluate the site plan as long as it complied with our LDRs. It's approved. It was already approved by our commission 2 years ago when we updated our LDRs.
Okay. All right.
You say 62 minutes? From the time that poll, from what I just saw?
We don't play in Newberry.
I was just gonna say,
Yes.
kudos to the Argos.
Power was back on in 62 minutes. That being said, they didn't replace the pole. The pole replacement, it just concluded just a few minutes ago. That's what the call was about. But we were able to isolate, float the circuit out, and get everybody back on.
Yeah.
So they finished the rest of it hot.
That's how we roll.
Ms. Raines,
That's how we roll.
I'm gonna let the Springs County, Alachua County weaknesses kind of play themselves out. Do you remember the conversation about the Newberry Road weakness? What was the weakness on Newberry Road? Just the congestion to get through, which hopefully will, that's on the second, if you turn to page 2 of the packet with ours on it, we go, it's Alachua County, then Newberry. It's the 2 bullets before Q4 in the live.
Oh, it's hidden, I'm sorry,
Yeah,
it's hidden under
yeah.
by Staples.
Farming Bank building.
Alachua County and
Across the street
Newberry
from the fire
Road.
department.
These came from the survey.
So this was just the construction, oh, and your microphone is not on. Ms.
Person was hurt on
So these came from the survey, the Springs County and Alachua County, you understand that context. The Newberry Road, without looking at the specific content, it rose to the top in terms of comments. I think it was about the lighting and the speed on Newberry Road were predominantly the comments.
And the two-way pairs is, my memory of the presentation from FDOT which was probably 3 years ago, that when they finished the two-way pairs, that would move Newberry Road from an F to a C, based on their projections. So I'm gonna leave the congestion to the two-way pairs, but the lighting, I actually do agree, is problematic. I've had occasion to be downtown and at night and looking out, and for me, I think it's fine. I think for some of our elderly folks, they perceive it as darker. That it's not a welcoming, well-lit, we want you to be down here at night kind of an atmosphere. And I'm not sure if that's more poles with lights going down, if that's brighter or more frequent of the more decorative poles. Jamie, you got an idea on how to make it more?
We're actually working with the DOT. They're in their design on the Twin Pairs project. They've got Kimberly Horn as a consultant that is specifically looking at the street lighting on existing 26 and potential westbound section of 26 or on First Avenue.
See, so once again, you guys are already working on it, and you've got a plan. So there you go. Awesome. And we appreciate you.
Peggy would like to say something.
Come on. You want to share? You don't have to.
No, I'm going to be just here in a minute. In addition to what Jamie said, the HARB, the Historical Architecture Review, has reviewed the lighting for the pairs and has chosen the lighting for the pairs. So there'll be higher and much stronger lights. There will be much better lighting that was, better than what we have now. So that's in process.
And I would say, because that presentation was really, we got to pick out the sort of decorative, and I just want to, because when I look at these are attractive lights out here, but they don't illuminate very much, and maybe they're too far out, right? Maybe, so if it's
they're pedestrian lights, they're not highway lights.
Right, but I want my pedestrian lights to also be, because if I'm envisioning a retail downtown where people are walking, so if we get to a point where FDOT says, well, we're with you up to a point here, Newberry, but you're just asking for the Cadillac, and we want, well, make sure the commission knows that. So if it's an issue of just adding more, right, then we'll add more, so that we make sure that there's lots of nice illumination downtown. Mike?
Just two other comments. One, I like getting a survey back that residents want it to be more well lit. That helps us. It's been in our budget ever since Jamie arrived, but I think it's a staff initiated. It's in the budget and we do something with it every year, but I've never really received any feedback from the community that they want more lighting, so now we know. Also mentioned to the commission that we have a plan in place to light State Road 45 appropriately, brightly, all the way from Countryway Town Center north to Newberry, 1894, is that the name of it? And then maybe east in Avalon now. Newtown, thank you, Newtown.
If I might add to it, there's also one of the comments about Newberry Road was it's frustrating to see the growth and future growth of new developments on Newberry Road. So that was one of the additional comments.
Okay. Jamie?
Back to the lighting, and some of it's a perception thing. We're slowly but surely, every opportunity we get, changing lighting out to LEDs. That being said, we try not to do LEDs in a 1-2 type scenario, because there's been some studies that when you change out from high pressure sodium lighting, the yellow looking lighting, to the LEDs, that it doesn't need to be hodgepodge. It affects your perception as you're driving. So it needs to be in blocks. So where we can, as we can afford to, we establish new blocks of LED lighting.
I like that. Lack of business growth, commercial growth, part of me thinks that this may be a little bit of a communication thing as well, because when I look at Newberry, we've got Stonehouse, we got the gym, we've got the one that's an acronym that I'm forgetting right now that just opened up. We used to report, Brian, and we may still generate this, how many businesses opened up in the year, how many business permits came. Part of this is they're not all on Newberry Road, I just had dinner with a guy at Stonehouse who lives in country, lives in, what's the one by Canterbury, Newberry Oaks, and didn't know it was there. I think, wow, man, that's, I mean, it's a year old now, maybe not a year old, but, so do you have the numbers of how many commercial businesses have opened up?
Mr. Mayor, we're actually in the process of revamping how we maintain those statistics and improving them. Up to now, the data that was entered into the system that tracks our business tax receipts didn't include what they call the NAICS codes, which is the industry codes that you can use to then do reporting on which types of industries have. So we're in the process of improving that so then we can start providing those reports again, but at a much more detailed level. We should have that done probably within a month or so. We've been working on it for a while.
Joel's Coffee House has come on. They're doing great. The Blend just got revamped.
All the pizza shops.
Pizza shops everywhere, all kind of pizza in Newberry, so I mean, I understand, you've got one here that says there's no commercial, and then you've got 5 here that say we're not planning for growth, and it's, well, we're doing all these plans, and I think all these things are growing,
The other thing, Mr. Mayor, and you're well aware of this, that people don't understand that there's that, we want it to stay small town feel and all that, but to attract the type of commercial investment, it takes more rooftops. And so we're actually we've reached that threshold where we have enough rooftops either here or on the way that some of the national chains that people would like to see in a community like Newberry are starting to call and getting more attention. So the growth that they're concerned about is also the type of growth that's going to generate those commercial opportunities that we don't currently have. So it's one of those things that does kind of take care of itself over time, but we're also actively, as you know, recruiting a lot of different types of commercial.
It's one of those paradoxes. Do we have any comment? The food is here, and nobody watching on camera wants to see me chow into these chicken wings, get them all over in my beard. So, we had any things left on the weaknesses before we stop? Ms. Raines, any?
I would just like to add congratulations. It's always hard to receive the more challenging kind of perceived areas of opportunity, and you receive them well, and you receive them very, very thoughtfully as well. So thank you for your openness.
Absolutely. All right, and with that, if you're watching at home, we're going to take, how long do we have plugged in for? 30 minutes? We're not going while we eat, right? We're going to turn the camera off, let this, then we'll turn the camera back on. So if you're watching at home, tune in. It is 11:54, 30 minutes you said? So we'll be back live at 12:30. We are adjourned.
There are drinks and chips and snacks in the break room.
are on camera, but just not the mic. There we are. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and call this workshop back into order. We apologize for being just a few minutes behind our 12:30, so if you've been sitting patiently waiting for us to come back live, we do apologize. We've only got 2 restrooms in the City Hall, so it took a little bit to get everybody through. And by my agenda, which is buried somewhere, right? We are going to talk about our vision for 2031 and why we exist. Ms. Raines.
Well, actually, we have not completely finished the SWOT analysis. So I do, with your permission, I would like to pick up the pace a little bit just to ensure that I do not keep you beyond 3 o'clock today. So I will like to, I love the comments, so I hate to say, oh, let's cut our comments short. But I do want to make sure that we get through the content and that we achieve our objectives for today. So with your permission, I'll try and go through things a little bit more quickly. But where we left off, we talked about the strengths and the weaknesses, but we have not yet talked about the opportunities and threats. And so the opportunities and threats are still important. They are specific to things that are more future-oriented, and opportunities and threats are often things that could happen, may or may not happen. An opportunity is positive, a threat is usually negative. Sometimes something could fall into either category depending on how it happened. And so when you look at opportunities and threats, for those that may not be familiar, we're looking at things that could be political, they could be legal, they could be something from the legislature, they could be something that could be economical. We could have a recession. You look at things that could be technologically, technology changes constantly, and how might that impact the city. You can also look at societal changes. So as an example with COVID, society has changed tremendously, and we now expect virtual options, and we didn't expect that 2 years ago. So things like societal changes. You also can look at things like environmental changes. So, some of those broader picture things are what I explained to the groups to think about. And what I'd like to start with again is with the actual workshop, which was a smaller audience. But what the opportunities were, these are things that could potentially impact the city, either positively or negatively. They also could be regional or national trends too, so they're not just limited here locally. So when I asked the groups to brainstorm, 3 areas came out where 2 groups mentioned them. One is there could be potential growth in jobs in the area. 2 would be the schools as being an opportunity. And then the other was the opportunity for broadband. So those 2 different groups mentioned that as opportunities. Some of the other things they talked about as opportunities would things for families to do, having a clinic that maybe we could purchase with ARPA funding, or rent. And we're finding out more now about how we can spend ARPA revenue that we didn't know at that time, and that certainly the residents didn't know. Purchasing homes, sales tax with the county could be an opportunity. Growth in housing, a reserve fund, and rural areas being what the group discussed with the rural areas is people moving, the trend of people moving away from the cities to more rural areas being an opportunity for the city to kind of take advantage of. So I asked a similar question of your survey participants, 165 of those, and some of the trends that they said, it's a longer list on page 2. It's question 4, increase in community engagement and involvement. So that's certainly something that I thought was positive, that that could occur, and I think is already occurring. Sharing of information, input from citizens, government sharing through podcasts. We didn't talk about podcasts. Through podcasts or local news. Long-term plan, manageable growth, better city planning. Businesses, medium and small, making it easier for family businesses, encouraging restaurants, finding a balance between small town and current needs, focus on green initiatives and energy efficiency, renewable energy, solar power, charging stations, and rainwater harvesting were some suggestions. Land conservation, natural green space for the community, community garden, a recreation, scenic and walking trails, developing transportation infrastructure, and having transportation options to and from Gainesville. Thought that was interesting. Rails to trails, example, Newberry to High Springs, and from Newberry to Trenton. Working with Congress representatives, Flora Park Service to support local initiatives. Look at and continue to apply for grants that benefit the community, housing rehab, FERDAP, upgrade and improve community centers, outside bathrooms and parks as examples. Creating events and entertainment, engaging community, music, festivals, and sports. That was mentioned earlier with events. It just wasn't as specific as this one. Creating jobs and unique opportunities in Newberry for its citizens. Technology. Newberry should talk to AT&T or Cox about deploying fiber, not DSL, 5G, reliable internet access and availability, making infrastructure investments. Focus on providing programming for the youth locally, studying the impacts of housing development, schools, roads, alternative, attract aging population with disposable income, brings in more jobs and business services. Separation from Alachua County, and it says Springs County was mentioned several times. So
This
that's,
was in a positive way.
several mentioned it as a positive. You will see it again later as a negative as well. Maintaining historic downtown and supporting local agriculture and agricultural research, making connections with UF or with the state. So it's a lot to take in, but these are all potential things that we don't have to specifically plan for, but anytime you do a strategic plan and you're looking 5 to 10 years out, you want to look beyond the today, and you want to look at what trends are out there and what are some things that maybe we should kind of take into consideration. So thoughts or questions about opportunities before we move on to threats?
Commissioners, we just went, we started on question 4, page 2. I think you're already there. So we just basically kind of read through the things that people identified as positive things that are going on in Newberry.
Did Newberry at one point work some plan out to get transportation from from Newberry to Gainesville at one point?
We've done a couple of things. So we had a shuttle that ran for, I think, 6 months, maybe even a year. So we could measure it. We've had. Didn't have enough riders to adjust. Yeah, they funded a year to see if it would have enough riders to justify it, and didn't have enough.
How long ago was that?
4 years ago? 4 or 5 years ago?
A couple times.
It's,
Yeah. Right. We had one time where we met here at the municipal building because the thought was, well, nobody could make it to the park and ride. So we said, okay, well, let's see if a different pickup spot would help.
Santa Fe did a loop as well.
They did a loop, and we've just never, and
Every time it's just not enough riders.
and for a year, because part of the problem is, well, if you only do it for a month, by the time people know it's there, it's gone. But they did it for a year, and we could never get.
that's correct.
Ms. Judy, were you reaching for a mic now? Thoughts on positives? Okay, let's move into threats.
Okay, so threats are, again, things future-oriented, may or may not happen, but could potentially impact the city, so we should kind of think about them. In the group forums, 2 groups mentioned people/crime, particularly with youth. The comments that I recall was that, or the comments were, that if there aren't enough opportunities for the youth, then they're going to be more likely to get into trouble and start getting into, crime and causing trouble. So 2 groups mentioned that. 2 groups mentioned the school board as a potential threat to your progress. And then the others were just identified by individual groups. Traffic, Springs County comes up as a threat. So you see it on both sides as an opportunity and as a threat. Lack of diversity on community, undivided growth, unaffordable housing, the pandemic, deregulation of the utility by the legislature, environmental, natural water or weather, growth, economic downturn, people losing jobs would certainly have an impact on the city, county government, the development being overdeveloped, road work and responsibility for the road work, and this number 16 should say outside influences, outside politics was the conversation that was.
What is undivided growth?
Which number? Number 5.
5.
Undivided growth. I'm trying to remember the conversation. So these are quotes from, let me.
Well, I was in this one, but maybe, you broke us into those groups.
Right.
And I don't remember this conversation, but I don't quite know the phrase undivided growth.
Getting the no growthers on board with the growthers, undivided.
Mr. Mayor,
I'm trying to remember.
I'm grabbing.
relate to your break between Jonesville and Newberry.
Yes. That's what it
point.
was. That's what it was.
Did John James? So it's
Yes.
the idea of having
Yes.
two separate.
Two separate.
And still, so we're kind of back to a green space.
Right.
Or in this case, as a threat.
Yes.
That green space disappears.
Correct.
And it looks like we're all the same.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you. That was the conversation, Jamie. And you weren't even there that day, so good job. I'm impressed. He is. So that was the forums. The survey is at the bottom of page 2 and continues to the top of page 3. Lack of long-term master planning, housing development, small lots, too crowded, cheaply made, rapid unmanaged growth, overpopulation in schools. Again, remember, these are potential. So I emphasized those words and I underlined it as you see it in the report. Potential negative things that are occurring or could occur. So rapid unmanaged growth, overpopulation in schools, increased crime, Alachua County, increased better policing, no defunding or decrease of funding, lack of employment opportunities could occur, a divided city over heated issues, things like housing, police, dividing the county, etc., political divisiveness, commuter suburb, concerns over the divide of breaking away from Alachua County, the county split into 2. So again, we saw it up here on the survey on both the opportunity side as well as the threat side. So that's why I said you'll see it again. Address the blight, spruce up downtown, planning to attract the elderly population and young families with tax base and jobs available, lack of services and businesses that don't match housing growth, which I think we just talked about briefly before lunch. One of the things that surprised me was racism and fear-mongering made the list of, at least 5 people mentioned that topic. And then protecting our green space and water issues.
Sister, you in the South, you don't have that now. I know in Orlando, it's more diversified, but yes, and if it's not that, the perception's still there.
So I do recognize that. I'm from Orlando, but I grew up in a very, very rural part of Virginia. And so I do understand that very, very well. I think what surprises me is that the fear-mongering part of it. I think, racism, I know, certainly exists. And so the fear-mongering part, I was surprised that it made a ranking high enough to make the list, because this is just the trends report, not the full report.
Right.
So that's the part that surprised me.
Any thoughts about
Newberry could be that change, baby.
That's right.
We could be that city. We could be that one city.
The mayor has really pushed for that.
and excuse me. Last Friday, our art gallery, not our art gallery, the art gallery in Newberry, Main Street, opened up an art show that is called Through Black Eyes. It's an art show that celebrates black perspectives, black voices. In that art show is a quilt that the county remembrance team have a subcommittee that created a quilt to memorialize the Newberry lynchings that happened here. That's actually in the window. You don't even have to worry about the hours. It's in the window. You can walk by it and see it. And the soil display case that we unveiled at the marker is now right there with it, and you can view both of those at the same time. And I'm sure that the gallery would love for you to come when they're open, go into the gallery, perhaps purchase some of the art and support those kinds of things. When we think about the address the negative things, the blight, spruce up downtown, we with the CRA we have the opportunity to really do that in a visible way. And I'd like to encourage the commission, because I know we don't like to bond money, we don't like to get into those kind of situations, but I would advocate for at least some small portion, because we're going to have hopefully $95,000 in the first year, to do something that's really visible, that makes an impact. From staff side, they always want to do the underground stuff that leads to all the developments that happen 10 years later, and I get it. We should focus 90% of our efforts, 95% of our efforts on those kinds of things. But a lot of these things that I'm seeing here in the threats, I know we've got these plans that are working. It's a 2-year study, and then it's a 2-year to work out all the details, and then it's a 2-year to construct it. And so a lot of these things people are going to start to see pretty soon. But, cleaning up downtown, splash park, skate park, something that's, something that people can see, bam, that's linked to the CRA, I get it. And I think we would perhaps see that particular potential threat dissipate, because people would see that visible, I see it, that kind of a thing. Commissioner Mazon?
I think the blight, I just had a Newberryan ask me about a blighted area in Countryway, how dark it is at night. So I don't know if you're able to put brighter lights in residents because of the windows in your neighbors and disturbing them or not. But
depends on whether they have an HOA too. The HOA may come in.
You ever driven through Countryway?
It's dark.
Northwest side, they got the same type lighting. They're both dark.
Yeah.
And the guy was telling me how, and plus they have dog rooms and whatnot. But yeah, I don't know if it's because of some of the trees. I don't know what it is. I mean, the lights may be yellow.
Mr. Mayor, if anybody does have a concern anywhere in town, street lighting, pedestrian lighting, the adequacy of lighting, we encourage them to call us. We'll take a look at it. We actually did something in Countryway here in the last couple of weeks that's kind of adverse to that. We had a particular area where they had too much
bright
lighting, and we adjusted that to address that issue. But feel free to give them the Utilities and Public Works contact information. We will take a look at it, evaluate it, meet with the customer, explain our findings, and address it post-haste.
And at Christmas time, they want all the lights to go off so that you can see the lights. It says commuter suburb here at the top of the threats on page 3. I'm interpreting that people don't want Newberry to be a suburb of Gainesville. Is that what that conversation was about?
Yeah, well, this was from the survey. And,
right.
So this is a potential thing that is occurring or could occur. So it's not necessarily that it's a weakness that it is occurring right now. It has the potential that we could become this commuter suburb, and that they wouldn't really want that.
Bedroom community is kind of the correlation I'm drawing there. Okay. All right. Any other questions on the comments or concerns? We're trying to catch up from falling a little bit behind. All right.
Okay, terrific. So the next item on the list is to look at what in the in-person workshop, we wanted to get a little bit more clarification about how the residents would like to see State Route 26 westward developed. And so we were asked to ask them that specific question. So on page 8 of the first report, the resident forum report, you'll see the data back from that. So one of the things that ranked high, 3 different groups said they would like to see safe pedestrian and bike crossings in one-way parks. 2 groups reported Business West downtown redevelopment and revitalize. And 2 groups mentioned on the east of town development, looking at like a coffee shop, hotel, conference center, restaurant, smaller light industry. And then the other areas that got just, one group mentioned the city is aware of green space needs. At 202 East, keep the green between the business along the highway. Balance with agricultural vision. Purchase land on the east side for another park. Pollution-free, there's no need for the community to offset tax and city revenue. Improve road lighting between 41 and 241 south. Concrete poles and one-way pairs or decorative. Minimize curb cuts, historical charm, convenient shops, business, west I talked about, parking. On the eastbound in the morning, all, I don't understand my own notes, I apologize. Eastbound in the morning, all businesses, westbound in the evening need to develop.
Were they perhaps thinking about the two-way pairs? Because I've had a lot of
That's it.
conversations
I
with,
think so.
That's exactly
when we
what
go
it's.
east, what do we have? When we go
Right.
west, what do we
Yes.
have?
Yes. Thank you. And so that just gave us some specific feedback about developing, as we look at developing, if you look at developing 26, what some of their ideas or concepts were.
And when you asked this question, what were people considering westward 26? Was it the light
It's
west? Was
first.
it
That, in this case, they're referring to
the
first.
new 26?
New
What will be new
26 westbound, making sure that it's commercialized, which
Oh, okay, so this was a question specifically about the twin two-way pairs.
I think
and
it was
that
a
one
res-
side.
I think it was a response specifically about it. It's one of the
Okay.
things I love about these surveys is every question means something different to people. And if you
Right.
can tune in to what it meant to them, then even though they
Right.
didn't specifically answer what you thought was the question, they give you really cool insights.
Right.
Okay, because, so we're not talking about we want to develop 26 westward on this side of town and put parks and things on 26 over there. We were thinking about two-way pairs. We were thinking about new 26 over here. Okay,
Yes, so what happened is the question that I asked the groups is titled there at the top, and we specifically asked them about 26 westward, but they didn't necessarily follow that instruction, and they provided feedback about 26 as a whole and growth and development along 26 as a whole. So
If-
that's why you're seeing disparity in the comments.
I recommend, though, that if they didn't follow instruction, that we disregard their feedback.
that's what I tell my students. That's what I tell my students. You didn't follow the instructions.
To your
No.
point, we got good feedback, it's just, that's why it's kind of mixed, is because they interpreted it different ways.
Well, and before we move on to the survey, I would point out once again, we had 3 groups talk about pedestrians, bike crossings, those kinds of things, and downtown revitalization. And this board with the Seaboard project of connectivity is going to have a decision fairly soon, hopefully, about do you want that road to be asphalted and connected, or do you want it to have sidewalks, landscaping, a bike path, easy areas for people to walk up and down? And I see 1 and 12 there as being connected, downtown revitalization, crossings, pedestrian, all that kind of stuff seems to be in the same vision. So, any other thoughts before, which is also, I guess, 16, right?
Right.
East of town development. And I guess what they're thinking of east of town would be past Hitchcock's or past the light. I mean, I'm not sure. I'm curious what people were visioning as east of town, west of town, what they want to see happen where. But I would imagine as the Alachua County Equestrian Center opens and develops, we'll see some things happening in that, which would certainly be east of town.
And you can certainly, I'm sorry, you can also certainly have additional forums or additional feedback sessions. So even though I've led this and, we were asked, please add this question to it, you could say, well, we'd like more clarification and invite people again, or do a different survey with just one question to get more clarification and to get that feedback that you seek.
Okay.
So it can be an ongoing process. Thoughts, questions?
All right, let's advance.
Okay, terrific. So that was specific to the forums. The only other thing that is still remaining that we have not discussed is in the survey, one of the questions that we asked that was not asked of the forums, question 8, which is on page 4. What accomplishments or projects would you like the city of Newberry to achieve in the next 5 to 10 years? So it was a very specific question for them to focus on, and the ones that made the trend report: sidewalks, road improvements and planning, address road and traffic congestion and expanded infrastructure, upgrading the schools, build infrastructure such as fiber optic and broadband, provide real options for our children, community center, pool, parks, etc., strategic business initiatives to attract the right fit for Newberry, develop parks and green space, build community through a variety of events, festivals, and bike trails, downtown initiative, protect from urban sprawl, improve water issues and quality, a grocery store is needed, preserve and renovate our historic Main Street, restaurants, and expand. So these are all the trends, not the individual. You have in your packet all the individual 165.
Did you mark our track? Because I know you said you got a 5. If 5 people said it, was there a way that you were keeping track of if 20 plus people said it, or
I
more
can.
than 5?
I can. So if you'd like for me, again, just to recall, this survey was something that I added complimentary, and so I didn't spend as much analysis on it because it was a complimentary, but if you'd like for me to go back and expand on something specific, I will.
The next
Absolutely.
is how do we get to those top 5? And I see an awful lot of overlap in here.
Right.
I don't think it's going to be hard to reduce these to 5, actually. But I would be, if there's one concept in particular that out of 164 responses or 165 responses, 100 people said this. Well, I think the commission should clearly take that and say, okay, this should be priority number 1. So maybe not, if there was one thing that was an outlier, I'd like that kind of information.
I'll pull it up right now. We can continue. I'll pull it up and see what I can tell you. There were none that were 100 answered. I think the max was, like a 36 answered.
Okay. I guess that would be, I would want to know what was the most, the highest.
Right.
And for the live, we had about 40 people. I was in that. No, I'm sorry. The virtual, there was about 40.
Well, the
30,
virtual,
40?
there was about 20.
Right.
And then the live, there was about 30, 35. Say it again?
Yeah, more than one.
The live kind of rotated in and out.
Right.
Okay, so the survey really got to the broadest
Correct.
Base.
Correct.
Okay, anything in the projects would like to accomplish? I think a lot of these are kind of overlap of what we've talked about: parks, green space, walkability, and protect that green space, protect from the urban sprawl. I'm kind of seeing a trend of a top 3 come out here. Any other thoughts before we move on to, I'm assuming the next is the top priorities conversation? And
so
there again,
your highest ranking on that question was roads, and 20 people said roads.
Road improvements planning.
Followed by building and traffic, 20, 19, and 18. 17 said businesses, 17 said schools.
Okay. Well.
16 said parks. So it's things that you've all already discussed and addressed.
And two of y'all's top three priorities have to do with roads. Connectivity of 26, connectivity of 15 through 337, which will address congestion and those kinds of things. So that's nice validation for the work that you guys are doing. Okay, let's move on to top priorities.
Okay, so now we get to the fun part of, I've given you all the data, now let's do something with it. So you've got a lot of discussion around it, but what we want to move to is this kind of vision statement in Vision 2031. In your handout packet, I was going to have you do a similar activity of, what would you like to see Newberry's accomplishments over the 10-year period, or what it's like to live in Newberry 10 years from now. So we can certainly still do that activity. I'm a little concerned about the time factor.
I would say let's skip that part because we just did that internally
with
of
everyone.
what these guys want. That's how we got the
That was
top
my
three
thought
list.
as well. So if you're agreeable, that's fantastic. What I'd love to move to instead is a vision statement. And so a vision statement, there are a couple of examples for you at the bottom of that same page, on page 3 of your agenda packet. So the top of page 3, it says Vision 2031, and at the bottom it says Part 2 examples. So I just gave you a couple of examples that were not local cities related, to you or here in Alachua County. So I chose, an example of a short one. Ocala's vision statement is Ocala is a great place to live, play, and prosper. So there's this really short and sweet, but that's their vision.
What page are you on?
I'm sorry, I'm in the agenda packet.
The agenda packet.
The agenda
I
packet.
got too many
so
packets.
not the survey packet.
Yes. All right.
And
You're on page.
yes, and so that vision, and so I'm sorry, yes, I'm on page 3.
3, okay.
At the very bottom.
All right.
So the vision statement is, what do we aspire to be? So Ocala's a great place to live, play, and prosper. Really short, really simple, very sweet. Ponce Inlet is a smaller town. They're coastal, but they had some similar values to you, so I chose to include them. Ponce Inlet is and will be a residential haven for those persons who value nature, quiet, privacy. It offers a small-town lifestyle where people feel safe and should have easy access to small-scale businesses serving their needs. The community will continue to be particularly distinguished by its natural beauty and access to nature. So I chose that one because you have, so much content around green space and nature and agriculture and the beauty here. And then I chose Seminole County because it's just a little bit different and a little bit of a different focus, just to give you a different example. To be recognized by our community and employees as a model of excellence in providing services through education, prevention, and mitigation, a department that's synonymous with the term leadership, a department that fosters an environment of involvement, trust, and cohesion, a department responsive to the needs and concerns of the community. So I've given you 3 very different examples specifically to let you know a vision statement can be anything you want. It's what you aspire to be. It's the key words that you've heard repeated throughout today. I've got a flip chart and I can kind of capture and brainstorm some ideas. What I'd like to do is to help you in developing a vision statement for the city of Newberry.
And is there the next page is examples of
Mission statements.
mission statements? How are they? Are they just more examples of mission statements than the one on
So,
this page? Or is one a mission statement for the town and one a mission statement for the staff?
So that's a great question. So the vision statement is your big picture. Why do we exist? I'm sorry, not why do we exist. What do we aspire to be in a big picture format?
Okay.
Your mission statement is why do we exist, and it's kind of the how we're going to get there.
Okay.
So your vision is big and broad, it's inspiring, and it's something to aspire to. Your vision statement likely doesn't change too much over a 10-year, 20-year period because it's your values around it, whereas the mission is a little bit more functional, if that makes sense.
So the last group that did this in the 90s came up with embracing the past, enhancing the future. And I used that as the last slide to why Newberry should engage in truth and reconciliation when I gave that presentation to the University of Florida, because at that point we had not done a very good job of embracing all of the past. So I would say, as we do this, we need to think a little bit about it, because I used it as kind of a gotcha moment for my own city. You know, that we said this was our mission statement. Did we live up to that mission statement? Where is the "We believe in Newberry"? Is that a mission statement, or is that a motto? Is that a slogan? So in the embracing the past, enhancing the future, that's on our, what people perceive as our city limit sign, the marker at Hitchcock's. It's not a city, I don't even know how it got put there. But it's our only stone monument. Have we adopted this? And I just want to know where are we replacing that? Did we ever officially adopt enhancing the
Mr.
past?
Mayor, I don't think that was ever, and Judy would probably know better because she was here, but I would say that's probably not our vision statement. That's probably more along the lines of a motto or a goal. Whereas the vision statement's a little bit more specific.
We want a new motto?
Yeah.
What do you got? Throw it out there.
Well, everybody's coming west. Leave your politics in Gainesville.
Go west, young man.
Hoorah, hoorah.
Y'all with me?
All of your politics.
Yeah. All of them. Yeah.
Okay,
exactly.
so, because, you know, in Ocala, a great place to live, play, and prosper, that sounds to me more like a motto, kind of slogan thing.
But for them, it is their vision. They've created a really strong recreation program. They've created a really strong workforce housing program in addition to other housing programs. And they've created a very strong downtown development for their prosper in the business side of it as well.
Well, I mean, it seems like, you know, what we've talked about here is something to do with maintaining that small town feel. Small town feel, big town service. Don't give me that look, Brian. It was a draft. It's a draft. Throwing it out there. It's brainstorming. See what I got to deal with? Instant judgment.
Mr. Mayor, and Mariah can correct me if I'm wrong, but once the commission adopts a vision statement, you'll see your staff starting to come back, and we'll be tying our initiatives to that vision statement.
Right.
So, you know, for example, like Mariah said, in Ocala, it's live, play, prosper. So when we bring back budget ideas for you, we'll say, well, this is how this ties into your vision statement. This is how we're meeting that vision the city commission had. So it's important that the vision statement has enough.
What's our current vision statement?
Don't have one.
So we've gone through this process in the past, but we've never come up with a vision statement.
That's one of the main goals of this process, is to come up
Okay.
with a vision statement for us
Okay.
to guide us.
All right. Well, in that sense, I do like how Ocala is tying a lot of things into, like, each word then has a subset of values that you would go off of. Go ahead, Ms. Raines.
I'm sorry, I was trying to do it so the camera could see. Is there a better place? Don't we move this to the front?
Well, we have a camera there.
Oh, the camera's up there?
Well, I don't know if it'll match.
The way you have it right now, this is the camera that I'm using. So
Okay.
if it's up there, the camera would see it, but with it being white.
It's not gonna read, it's not gonna read it. Oh, okay. Yeah, so why don't you just put it where you're at over here, and then
I'll do
we'll,
it up here, and that way everybody can see it. I'm sorry to make you move.
that's all right. No, it wasn't, you didn't move the leg, that was just me.
Can you move this microphone closer to you so you can-
That part.
Perfect, thank you. All right, terrific. Now can everybody see it? So, throw out ideas. What comes to mind when you think of your vision? You said you liked some of the thoughts about Ocala?
I like how short it is.
Short and sweet.
Yeah.
Yes. So when you think about Newberry and what you aspire to be, not what you are, but when you think out 10 years from now, 20 years from now, what do you aspire to be? Do you still want to have that small town feel?
Small town feel, self-sufficient.
I mean,
High level service. Mike?
to me, excellence in service is what drives our team.
You know, family values, small town, raise kids.
Ooh,
Innovative's a good
Innovative.
word.
Now-
an innovative, I always, in the state of the city addresses, I always call Newberry progressively conservative. And that always gets a couple of smirks, of how is that possible? But then I go on to give a speech about exactly how it's possible, all right? So maybe an innovative place to live. I mean, if you say a place to live, that's families, that's raising kids, that's going to school. Innovative.
Friendly.
Yeah, business friendly.
Business friendly?
I like that progressive concerning.
It's an eye catcher, right? People have to stop and think about it. And Ricky's already been called. He's already been called a liberal today.
I know it, but I don't like
Look how progressive you are. You got called a liberal and you didn't walk out. You're growing, man. It's all that COVID. That's right.
And not in the idea mode, but y'all were talking about the length of it.
Here you go.
I'm just personal feedback. I'm very inclined to read and interpret Ocalus. I probably have too much squirrel brain going on to get through either Ponce Inlets or Seminoles.
I would agree. I would agree.
And so I like that one statement that says it all very succinctly.
What about values, innovation, excellence? City of Newberry, values, innovation, excellence.
Is it City of Newberry values comma, or it be value?
No, it'd be like City of Newberry, comma, and then three descriptives, descriptors.
What happens in Newberry stays in Newberry. Oh, wait a minute, that's
All right, City of Newberry, colon, right? And then
Right.
City of Newberry, is that right? Values, innovation, excellence? What rolls off the tongue
Read it
smoother?
again?
City of Newberry, values, innovation, excellence.
Read it backwards and then.
The City of
City
Newberry,
of
excellence, innovation, values.
No, say the rest, but say the city of Newberry.
Last, values, innovation, excellence.
One-
The City of Newberry.
Boom.
Jordan,
There you go.
Jordan, one thing you said, if you take the word values and puts it towards the end, then it doesn't say I'm valuing innovation
These
and
things.
excellence.
Right.
It says there's 3 items, not 2. So that's a good point.
But if we take Commissioner Mazon's point, you do values, innovation, excellence,
Dot.
City of
Newberry.
Newberry.
Brian's got it.
Let me take, if I may take
All right.
a stab at it. A progressively conservative small town that focuses on excellence, innovation, and family values.
I mean, it's got my progressively conservative in there, so I like it. I like
I'm
it.
not more progressive than anything, y'all. I'm gonna make that very clear.
You are progressively conservative. I always think of you when I write that. Yeah.
Yeah, you're like the poster child for progressive.
You're the you're the poster child.
We could also do,
You're changing the face of conservatism.
an innovative small town that focuses on excellence and family values.
Excellence, innovation.
An innovative small town that focuses on excellence and family values,
Thank you.
or on excellence and family.
I guess one of the things I like about the progressively conservative, though, is everybody kind of says the same thing in their vision statements.
Yeah.
And that's the hook that makes our
Newberry,
vision statements stand out against
Yeah.
others.
Okay,
Same
I'll
thing
get
with Ocala. Ocala, a great place to live, play, and work. Everybody says that. But
Yeah.
the progressively conservative, that gets people's attention.
Yeah. And that's why I say it in speeches, because it stops everybody for a second, and it makes you think about what do these two terms really mean. When people find out that Newberry is home to the business that puts batteries on the space station, that we run all of our public buildings off of solar, that we offer maternity and paternity leave, that we have a rate structure that for water that reduces water consumption across the city of Newberry by 25% in irrigation. I mean, all of these things are things that you would expect to hear from a city that has a more liberal connotation to it. They're not things that you expect to see out of the city of Newberry, but we've done all of those things in a very conservative way that the numbers made sense. We partnered with the community to make it happen. So, Miss Judy, what are your thoughts?
I just, the small town, and we're talking like, this is supposed to go for 10 years. What about, I'm just saying, you know, like.
Brainstorming, throw it out there.
Innovative community that focuses on, or something of that.
I mean, small town does have a connotation, and you know, if the goal is not to be a small town, but to just hold on to those small town values, right? Then maybe.
Community.
Madisonville, Kentucky, the best town on earth.
Straight to the point.
There's a lot of like town and small town being put out there, but not so many communities.
I mean, I kind of like the values, innovation, excellence, the city of Newberry. You know, I thought that you know, you have three.
Clear.
See your mission
It's
statement.
straightforward, very clear.
Yeah. Vision
Right.
statement be succinct.
Yeah.
Correct, usually.
And we could work on the, but I you know, to me, that's kind of has a pop, right? Values, innovation, excellence. We could have three different words, but I kind of like that structure. That's what you get with the city of Newberry, right? These three things, city of Newberry.
I'll be honest with you. I think you've almost kind of written, without intending to, a vision statement and a mission statement already here. So we haven't gotten to the mission statement, but the mission statement is why we exist and how we're going to achieve this. And so if you look at this, how, you know, why we exist, well, we're progressively conservative, we're innovative community that focuses on innovation and excellence. So this, you know, innovative, oh, I've said innovative twice.
Well, we'll work on that. Yeah.
But at any rate, this community, the innovation
Values
and
and
excellence is how you're going to achieve these, well, we've still said it twice, never mind.
We'll get there,
It's not
though.
there.
You told
It's
us we
not there
needed to
yet.
hurry up, so we multitasked.
Right.
We wrote both of them at the same
We're
time.
not there yet.
Screens if we want to change.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You're so smart.
So, you know, in that dichotomy of mission statement, vision statement, mission statement, you know, and again, I think we've done this before, but we've never codified it. So that's why we have, you know, one thing on our logo, something else on our sign. You know, how do we get this to where whatever we decide, it's on our economic development material, it goes onto the signs. Jamie?
Mr. Mayor, if I may, and it's something that Mike brought back from their trip to Tavares, evidently Tavares did a very good job of identifying what they were and branding their community. So between these two, this would be establishing the City of Newberry brand moving forward and unify all of those instead of having these differences between logos and differences between signs and whatnot. You would be effectively branding the City of Newberry moving forward.
And we can't vote on things in a workshop, so how do we,
This
you're gonna
would
put this
all be
together, you're gonna come
captured-
back and make a presentation. Here's what this logo could look like.
Correct.
Values, innovation, excellence, City of Newberry,
Correct,
right? Whatever we decide.
correct.
So this is vision, up on the screen is potential mission.
I got one funny.
All right,
Let me
come
do
on.
it. In Gas, Kansas, there's a town called Gas. Don't pass gas, stop and enjoy it.
Appropriate after lunch.
That's
What you got?
That's pretty good.
That is good, that is good.
So what's the last part? Values and family, focuses on excellence, values, and family? Or is there another word? It's just and family, okay. A progressively conservative, innovative community that focuses on.
Seems like that's really adjective heavy to
For smooth
me.
alliteration, I would say you need to move innovative down in front of excellence.
Yeah, I'd
I
say
agree with
progressively conservative community that focuses on,
Innovation,
Excellence, values, and family.
yes, now
Or how about-
is that a vision statement or is that a mission statement? What are we working on the screen here?
Innovation, excellence. How about and family values? Is there,
I like the family values.
I do too.
Yeah.
We want to get rid of values and then change
And family values. To me, that flows better. A progressively conservative community that focuses on innovation, excellence, and family values.
It's good.
That is good.
So this is what you aspire to be, but I also would argue that it's also in this, you're also saying how you're going to do it through innovation, excellence, and family values. So it's kind of a hybrid, between a vision and a mission. Your mission, you can get more specific, so if you look in your handouts at the samples, I just move my papers, some of the samples, as examples on page 4, if you wanted to get more specific with your mission, the City of Ocala provides, let me get back to the microphone, fiscally responsible services consistent with the community's current and future expectations. The town of Ponce Inlet is professional, caring, and fair in delivering community excellence while ensuring their citizens obtain the greatest value for their tax dollar. Your fire department actually had a mission statement on their website. So the City of Newberry Fire Department is listed there, committed to providing the most professional, safe, and cost-efficient fire suppression and emergency medical services to the citizens and visitors of Newberry. We strive to minimize the loss in property through education, prevention, and emergency preparedness. Accomplishing these objectives using the most readily accessible, state-of-the-art resources without unduly placing the employee in harm's way.
Okay, that's a
That's a
mission
bit long.
paragraph. That's
It's
not
a
a
bit
mission
long.
statement. It's a mission essay. Right?
Yeah, I was gonna say, not one word of that surprises me.
But I was impressed that even though there wasn't one at a city level, the fire department itself took it on their own initiative.
Travis, you're gonna have a mission statement now. Don't let Ben.
That reeks a bit.
Okay, so are we, just in the interest of time, are we liking what we see here? No decisions being made today. We like this. We move forward with it. We might tweak a word here, but I think short and sweet and something that I potentially could remember, in a speech trying to say, okay, let me pull out my notes on the mission statement, right? Progressively serve the community, focus on innovation, excellence, and family values.
And the same is true for your employees, because it's got to trickle down. So your employees have to buy into it as well. And the shorter it is, the more they can understand it, connect to it, and the more likely it is that they're going to be able to help you make this happen.
Okay.
So are we in agreement that this is what I will put in the report to present to council at a future date?
Okay.
Okay, fantastic.
Commissioner Coleman gave in to progressive too.
And he got innovation
I
excellence.
thought it was his idea to put it in there.
Look at
He insisted.
that. Yeah, let the record show.
So since you have the technology, I will let you, if you don't mind, Dallas and Amy, if we want to look then at the mission statement. Again, the mission is the why do we exist. You're talking up here, for Ricky Coleman. Sorry, I just noticed that. So you are, with your mission statement, the why we exist and how we're going to achieve this. So this is often where we talk about things like innovation, but sometimes it's also talking about things like fiscal responsibility. Sometimes it's talking about things like strategic planning or strategic thought. I'm looking at some of the key words that were mentioned previously.
Can I interrupt to add?
Absolutely.
Why isn't the mission statement to fulfill the vision statement?
It is.
Yeah, but I'm saying, why don't we just say that? What's our mission to fulfill our vision?
Mr. Mayor,
Not,
kind of like your comprehensive plan is your vision
Right.
for the community, and the land development regulations are how you implement it. It's that same concept. Your mission statement is going to be broader because it's going to include the elements that you're going to
but I mean, I'm
implement.
looking at these examples, and besides for our own fire department, they're one sentence, they sound very similar,
Right.
right? So,
Well, for instance, the excellence, the statement about excellence. How are you
How?
going to provide that excellence? Excellence in customer service to the community, or excellence in
Fiscal responsibility.
fiscal responsibility, that kind of
Right.
thing.
so if we put back up the mission or the vision statement, the mission statement needs to be pulled from, so it's how are we going to create a progressively conservative community that
Correct.
focuses on innovation, excellence, family values. We're going to be fiscally conservative. We're going to be open to new ideas, and we're going to encourage community building, because I think that's tied into family values. What do you guys?
Community, when you say community building, in terms of community relationships.
Well, I mean, yes, and I think of things like the sidewalks, right?
Oh, okay.
The sidewalks,
You're
the
talking
walkable downtown, the parks, the festivals. I mean, I think those community events happen, but I think they happen better when we provided the structure for them to happen in, you know? If you've been to any of the community events that we put on in the past couple of years, we have lots of different locations in Newberry to do things, and all of them have advantages and all of them have some disadvantages in how you quite do it. We've had West Fest at Lois Ford Park for 2 years. Great. Would be fantastic if we had an outdoor amphitheater, right? If we had some structural things there that would support it a little bit better. Ms. Judy, you had
And parking.
parking, right? Yeah. I mean, all of those kinds of things, in my mind, go into building the community. So when I think about innovation and excellence and family values, well, we're the only city that gives back your utility deposit once you've proven that that's a very innovative policy.
AMI is just reeks in it.
AMI, innovation. You know, when I think of excellence, you know, we had a city app for communication way before any city anywhere near our size did, right? We have a 24-hour call service, right? We have all these different ways that we are communicating. And when I think of family values, I think of that community, right? Can we meet on the football field and have a community prayer before school starts? That's community building, you know? Can we, have a beer truck food festival in downtown? That's community building. Can we have a farmer's market, you know?
Absolutely.
So put all of that into, see, now we're getting Ben's length of a statement here.
So you've got a long list on the computer screen of some of the things that we were addressing. I captured a couple of thoughts here as well, and I'm not married to it, but Newberry is dedicated to being fiscally conservative, open to new ideas, community building, infrastructure improvement, in order to meet the needs of the residents, or something similar to that. But then we've missed some of the other words that you've talked about.
I kind of took what the mayor was saying.
Right.
Embracing technology.
Right.
Investment in the community.
I mean, I think the city of Ocala found the best way to not have to come back and do this again, right? Because they say consistent with the community's current and future expectations. So that means I can change it as I go. Well, it was current 10 years ago.
Citizen comment.
Citizen comment.
Can I make a citizen comment?
Uh-huh.
I think that our mission statement should include diversity, inclusion, and equity. That brings us forward thinking and shows that.
Yeah,
I
that's,
think you could do something along the lines of, for Newberry is dedicated fiscally conservative new ideas and building community by
Right.
investing in our infrastructure, embracing technology, providing customer service, something along those
so the city of Newberry is dedicated to building a diverse community through innovative ideas and,
investments in our community, embracing technology, all those.
yeah, but we don't want just a long series, or maybe do we? Do we want just a long series?
Be a little bit more
Yes.
lengthy and
So the city of Newberry is dedicated to building a diverse community through innovative ideas that provides excellence in service and up-to-date technological, technological.
So whatever you're typing, we don't see. There you go.
Newberry is a community dedicated to building a diverse, well, I don't want to say community. The city of Newberry.
Newberry is dedicated.
City of Newberry is dedicated to building a diverse community.
Infrastructure, embracing technology, diversity, we already said diversity.
And-
Fiscally conservative, we haven't tied in yet.
Mr. Mayor, the mission statement would also be where you could feed the part about maintaining the small town feel
Right.
that we took out of the vision because it's too long.
By investing in our infrastructure, embracing technology, providing excellent customer service. We haven't mentioned the fiscally conservative. I don't know how important that is to you.
For those of us who live here, it's real important.
While remaining fiscally conservative
Right.
and small town customer service.
I mean, are we allowed to have more than one sentence? Can we buy a vowel, or can we?
Well, the fire department seems to think so. So yes, your mission statement can be longer to answer your question. And yes, you can have
Maintaining
two.
a small town feel.
Dedicated to building a diverse community by investing in our infrastructure, embracing technology, providing customer service, and responsive government while remaining fiscally conservative and maintaining a small town feel.
I like that.
I like that a lot.
I guess I would replace maintaining with preserving.
Yeah, like preserving sounds good.
Right. Yes, preserving. a
Preserving
small town.
our small town feel, because it's ours, not,
Yeah.
it's not.
Okay, so we talked about, we didn't get the open to new ideas or the community building. How important are those two? Are they still?
How about diverse, vibrant, and innovative? If we're just gonna keep on
We
throwing
mentioned
adjectives.
innovative in the,
Can't use the same word twice?
can.
That's good. I don't wanna be worried.
no, you can.
Embracing innovation and technology.
Embracing innovation. Yeah,
Okay.
I like, maybe just embracing innovation. That sounds very Disney to me.
Yeah,
Epcot. I think I've heard that little green, purple dragon talk about innovation station.
Newberry.
Yes.
We're living in pleasure.
I don't know why, if you got all that up there, why would you even need anything with open to new ideas?
right, right.
Yeah.
It's all there, right?
Yeah.
I think that's an innovation.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I agree. And the community building piece, to me, you've got the small town feel is kind of part of that community building, or no?
So I'm sorry, say the question again.
No, we're not.
Earlier you used the word community building. Does the words preserving the small town feel, do they equate to you, or are they
I
different?
think that between dedicated to building a diverse and vibrant community and preserving the small town feel, I
It's
think
there.
we encompass
Perfect,
community building.
perfect, perfect. Perfect.
Yeah, yeah.
Great job. Thank you, Dallas. So you have and if you'll please save those so that okay, thank you.
Word for word.
Save. So that I can include them in the report. So from there, you now have a draft of a vision and a mission. They're not final until they're voted on, but you've got a draft of a vision and a mission statement. And from there, you also want to create values. And when I talked with the team and looked on your website, I didn't see that you had values for the city. So typically, with your organizational values, they tie into your vision, they tie into your mission, but the values are what help your community and your team, your staff members, help them stay in alignment and say, this is going to help us in recruiting the right people. We want to make sure they share these same values that we share. And so some of the questions to ask yourself are, what are the values? And some of them might be the words that we've talked about. Maybe one of your values is innovation. Maybe one of your values is diversity. Maybe one of your values is something that's more related to ethics or integrity. So again, on page 5 and 6, I've given you lots of examples with values because they vary greatly by organization. I started with some larger brands that you would recognize, like Microsoft, innovation, diversity, and inclusion, corporate social responsibility. Amazon, customer obsession. You know, it's not just customer service, the customer obsession. So you can get as creative or as traditional as you prefer. Orange County, fairness, work ethic, integrity, excellence. I won't read them all. Things like honor, loyalty, respect, Ocala, I put on there again, customer focus, quality of work, integrity, teamwork. Volusia Department of Health, I put on because it's a different approach. They used an acronym, I CARE, as part of their values, and then the I CARE, each of those letters stands for a value word. I being innovation, collaboration, accountability, responsiveness, and excellence. So just to give you some ideas to get the wheels turning, when you think about the values that are most important both to your community and to your staff, what do you think of? What comes to mind?
I think we've already kind of generated that list, right? Innovation.
We can skip this.
I like this I CARE thing here, maybe without the collaboration, because, well, I guess we do kind of collaborate with other governments here, but I also, I get the vision statements and mission statements, but also all of these things are, I can see somebody standing at the podium and saying, hey, in your mission statement, you say ... right? So I want to make sure that all of these things we've already sort of said, we've already done. What are you seeing this? Where do we see this in the city after we've generated it? Is this
so? It's typically not only in the it is a normal part of a strategic plan to have a vision, a mission, and a values. It's also typically on your website. Typically, it's what people use, especially during the hiring and recruitment process. You ask questions based on your values to make sure that you're getting the right fit of employees, that their values meet your values. And then you also will also incorporate it into performance appraisals sometimes. And then sometimes you also incorporate it into projects and things that you're tying it to in terms of the commission projects. Your values guide your decisions.
But when you
wanted to add
make
something?
a list of values, I'm going to take sort of the Madisonian approach to the Bill of Rights. If I say I value these 5 things, it's almost like a default saying I don't value the other things. And I see all the bureaucrats shaking their head no. But from my perspective, if I say I value
Yeah, says the politician.
I value these 5 things, somebody's going to say, well,
About 7, 8, 9, and 10.
right, you don't value diversity. The diversity's not on the list.
Right.
No, I value diversity. It just didn't make it on the list.
Well, it's under number 3,
Or I'm perceiving it to be within
One of the-
respectfulness.
Right.
Right. So, I would be a little bit hesitant on this front. I think mission statements set us a goal, but saying these are the things we value is a little bit slipperier slope for me in my mind.
Well, and just to tell you how we would use it and I would use it, is things like decision making. Oftentimes, I think that our team, they value being cost conscious at the expense of quality or excellence. And so the way I want to, because we don't want to make every decision for the team. We want the team to understand our values and it to guide their decision making. So when they come down to, we can cut a corner and we will save some money. And if our value is being the low cost service provider and not excellence in service, then I'm going to cut the corner. If they're the other way around, if we really think that everything we do, we should do with excellence, that means we're not going to try to strive to be C students. We're going to strive to be A students. And if we got to go the extra mile, we're going to. So that's how we teach our team where to go, because all the time that seems to be a big gap for us, is everybody wants to cut it short because they don't think we have the funding. And it's like, no, you're that close. Go the extra distance. Be excellent, or have integrity. We covered up a murder 10 years ago. It's not integrity when you cover up a murder.
Wait, say that, what happened now? Wait a minute.
Before your time.
Before everybody, almost everybody's time.
Before your time, but
That was not part of my research.
yeah. So, different story for when the cameras. Okay, 15 years ago.
Wait a minute now.
Teachable
Hang on a
moments.
second. Follow the law, that's our first value.
Yes.
Right? We're gonna put that number one.
Ethics.
Follow the law.
Yeah, but integrity is important. We want our employees to
You just dropped a
exhibit.
hand grenade, Mike, you can't move on.
Yeah, I'm moving on here.
All right, moving on.
No cover-ups of murder. Actually, Dallas, if you don't mind going back to the previous slide, what I did is I gave you a bunch of samples from other cities, but what I did also, I don't know how well you can see that slide, but I need my glasses. But what I did is I pulled keywords that your residents had mentioned and keywords that your commissioners had mentioned when I had my one-on-one with the commission. So you're not married to these, and this is actually a lot of values. I wouldn't recommend having this many. Typically, with your values, you want 5 to 7 is really kind of the max that you would want. But these were some of them that stood out kind of consistently in some of the survey data and some of the feedback reports. You're not limited to these, but I wanted you to know that that's why I chose to share those.
Okay, so, before we launch into this list, because I've heard one person say skip it, and I don't know, you may have been swayed in the conversation.
I wasn't swayed.
I'm
Not at all.
yeah, I tended to.
It's, the,
Mike, we turn the microphone on.
Well, I think we can take probably 5 of them from the mission and vision.
Well, that's what my feel is. We've already said it in the vision, the mission statement. All I'm seeing are people standing at the podium and saying, and I mean, this sounds almost like something that the staff may want to generate at a staff level, to say this is what
Yeah.
but I don't know how elected officials try to elevate one value or principle over another. And, and I certainly don't want staff to stand in front of us and say, well, you adopted an excellence and now you're trying to have the B option to save $100,000, and your mission or your value says it's excellent, so we only brought you the top shelf option because you said excellence.
Exactly.
The values are more operational, so if you would like to give that autonomy to your city manager, when I have that senior leadership, we can bring those values back to you at the senior leadership level and say these are what we would recommend that be included. Because they typically are more operationally.
That would make me more, as an elected official who tries to listen to everybody's concerns and everybody's values, I think it's kind of a slippery slope to get into a position of trying to say, these are the ones I care about more than
I agree.
anything else.
Okay. That's great.
And I think our department heads probably see the values that we might need to promote more than others, right? Mm-hmm. And then that might be an ever-changing thing. Right now, we may be having an issue with innovation. We got people locked into how it was done before. And so Mike want to say, hey, this month we're going to make innovation the value that we're going to highlight. That
Value
kind
of the month.
Mm-hmm.
Value of the month.
I like it.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and brand that real quick, right?
Right.
Okay, Commissioner Maison, are you in agreement with?
Yes.
Okay.
Fantastic, thank you. So we'll transfer that over to the senior leadership meeting, and then I typically schedule a break after we've been meeting for about an hour after lunch. People usually need a bio break. Where are you? Do you want a quick bio break?
What's left on the agenda here?
We still have to get through your top biological.
You ain't from here, or you should.
I was being polite.
Does
Yeah.
anybody need to dehydrate?
Everybody need a
Need a
potty.
bathroom break.
Everybody need a potty, right?
Bio break.
I would say let's move on to the top 5 and see if we can't.
You have to go.
All
Okay,
right, everybody just excuse yourself. We can still hear even in the bathroom.
perfect.
All right.
Oh, no. Okay, so then next on the list is now the fun part of identifying your priorities. And so typically what I do is I capture it. So Dallas, do you want me to take over the controls back there, or do you want to on the screen? Oh,
Do you have examples in the packet?
No, we do not.
All right.
So these are, your priorities are what are going to become your goals. And so this is where you look at all of the survey data that you've just read and what you've taken in from the citizen forums, what you've taken in from the surveys, what you've taken in from the conversation and dialogue with each other, and the citizen comments, employee comments, all of that. This is where you, as your commission, say, okay, these are the priorities that we really want to focus on. What I typically do is I brainstorm a large list, and then after that list, I give you certain number of elements that you then have to narrow it down, because you may not always agree, believe it or not. And so what you might see as a top priority, Commissioner Coleman, Commissioner Maison may not. And so I prefer to start with a larger list and then have you identify your own priorities from there, and then we identify which ones make the top of the list, if that makes sense. So I can do this either on the flip chart or on the computer. I think the computer's a little easier for you to see and for our...
Well, I think the folks watching home will
Watching
probably
at
see it
home.
on the, so we'll be innovative and use technology.
Yay!
And so do you just want us to,
Talk about what are
you're
your
gonna give us a
priorities.
blank
When you think
slide
about
up there, Dallas, and we're gonna throw out
goals.
things,
When you think
goals.
about your goals, what would you like the city to accomplish over the next 5 years?
And what you wanted is the commissioners to say goals, not, okay, I've heard from the residents and this is how I'm interpreting the residents. This is their chance to put their own
Correct.
5 goals.
Correct.
Commission, 5 goals.
5 goals.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
All road infrastructure's all paved. That's probably.
I think that's a measurable goal too. I like that.
Safer pedestrian travel.
Well,
Like,
Is your mic on, Mike?
on the all-road infrastructure, since what we're currently focusing on is in the downtown district, if you say all, then I'm looking at about 10 miles of rural roads. And I think
Come on, Mike, you can make it happen.
it's
I was
up
gonna say, this
it's up
is
to you guys. It's all about
5 years. 5
all
years.
about how much you're willing to tax.
I'm in the interior.
Well, and I would like to maybe tweak just the phraseology there, because what I heard, I didn't zero in as closely as Mike did. I heard that we want some improvements made in every type of aspect of our road. So urban areas, we may look for pavements. Rural areas, we may be looking for even more rock because we found a dump truck that we can own, and we got a whole crew. That's all they do is just, put more rock out, right? So that's what I heard. Is that which
Yeah,
one?
that's fine, but I was forgetting that there was only 5 years there.
Right.
That.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
Yeah.
And I said pedestrian travel safer, sidewalks.
Walkable downtown area.
Well, no, all around. I mean, we have like a lot of subdivisions that doesn't have that.
Yeah.
They're required even.
Yeah, I would say I agree. 'Cause I'm thinking like Countryway.
Well, yeah,
Some of
but
them owners-
Countryway is
Doesn't
done,
have
but
one.
they need a ton of like.
Oh, I
you got
see,
neighborhoods
yeah.
over here off of
Right.
266 that need it.
Country was terrible.
So, yeah, I would have the
Go down it.
same question, right? In a 5-year, for the sidewalk thing, are we looking for sidewalks in 5 years or a plan for a more walkable
We can go with a
urban?
plan. I mean, I would
Right.
love to
And
say
some-
sidewalks.
Some have been, like
Yes.
the one between Oakview and Newberry
Fourth
Place
Ave.
is gonna happen, it's already in the works, eventually.
We have a line item in our CIP called sidewalks. It's programming is what we call it. It's historically underfunded, and
Right.
we generally rob it as soon as some project jumps up that we need money for. So, if sidewalks and multimodal transportation become a commission priority, first thing we're going to do is say we need to spend more money, just like we did on rock when the commission said we got to do something about rural roads, and we will emphasize it. Same thing with streetlights. We program streetlights every year, but we don't always get to them because they've been a low priority for us. If our feedback is sidewalks are high priority, streetlights are high priority, we'll fund them at a higher level, and we will make sure we get to them every year.
It also occurs to me that perhaps we should table this item and put this item, because we could give this information to Ms. Raines, email it to her, because we're down 3. And if we're going to if we're using this as a commission for the top 5, we're going to get into a robust conversation about what gets bumped to number 6, right?
Right.
And I think we could have this conversation on the dais in an agenda in the next meeting or 2 or 3, where all we're saying is, okay, guys, we need y'all to watch this video. We need you to read this list, and let's come up with 5. Because I'm not sure the efficacy of us spending the next 20, 30 minutes with a minority of the commission here to do this, and then we get 3 more, and they say, well,
And
I don't agree with that top 5, and then we have to have the same conversation all over again anyway.
that's actually why I asked earlier, knowing that there were only 3 of you, if you wanted to continue with today, because that is a
Absolutely.
concern.
Right.
And so I'm willing, if you would like, I'm willing to host make it a Zoom if there are people that are unable to attend physically. And I can host a Zoom and help facilitate it if that makes it easier for you.
I mean, I don't think that, I think we could do it as an agenda item.
Okay.
I think we've been here, we got to have the flavor. We would welcome you to be there.
Sure.
We could
No.
certainly figure out how to phone you in or call you in. But I think this conversation could be 20 minutes, 30 minutes. And we can accomplish that maybe we have a workshop 30 minutes before a regular scheduled meeting where we just throw this question out. But I can see this is and should be, and I think that the commissioner who can't be here today can listen to the conversation that we've had here and be prepared to have that conversation. So I see value in moving forward with today. I wasn't going to cancel today. And in this current COVID world,
Right.
Who knows when we will ever be able to get everybody here for a 6-hour period of time.
Exactly.
So should we, not to squash the conversation right now, but if we're going to most likely have to have it again, we say, hey, guys, listen to this and listen to everything we heard in the survey, everything we heard from the virtual, everything we heard from live, listen to the conversation that happened around the table, come in and be prepared to have a more precise conversation about what you want as your top 5 priorities. Because again, if we say sidewalks, then we move sidewalks, and every year we're putting in a sidewalk, but that means we're going to not prioritize something else, right? Dallas?
Mr. Mayor, I was just going to say, for staff standpoint, to bring this back forward, if either the commissioners or yourself have something you want us to put on the list as a conversation piece, if you have anything right now you want to mention to us, we can.
Well, if anybody has, I agree that a roads program.
Our road services area right now, they need within 5 years, we need that.
Okay, so roads, priority. What I'm seeing from all of this that I would put as a priority is a very detailed plan to how we preserve a green belt and how we manage zoning inside. A look at our LDRs, a look at our comp plan. I think that's one of the things I'd like to focus on.
We need to have our commission, all of us, do
Right.
a regular meeting, and we can just send it over to them.
Yeah.
We
So,
show facts, don't we?
oh yeah, carrier pigeons.
I would feel more comfortable, quite honestly, I would feel more comfortable if all of your commissioners were here. I was
Yeah.
concerned that they weren't, particularly when we got to this
For
phase.
this one item, right.
And so I would feel more comfortable with that. But I will tell you, sometimes commissions get stuck in this section, which is why I offered to facilitate it. Because sometimes what happens is there is disagreement in what those priorities are. And I can sometimes help facilitate that dialogue to help you work through that with tools that I've used in the past.
We're pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah,
You're on the same
Yeah.
page typically?
Well,
Okay.
we respectfully disagree when we
Right.
disagree.
Okay.
And we work at, see, he got innovation, values, and excellence. I got progressively conservative, right? We worked it out. We worked it out.
That's right.
Okay. So is there anything else that either of you know right off the bat is going to be in your top 5? You don't have a
I'm
ranking?
thinking with sidewalks.
Sidewalks.
I'm thinking with sidewalks,
Roads.
roads, our kids. and-
Right. And I think that the downtown revitalization would be, for me, would be one of the, I'm not a voting person, but I would say there's a whole lot of these projects that I would say are part of downtown revitalization, so.
And you
Okay.
can go back to that question 7, what, from your residents, what would you like the city of Newberry to look like 10 years from now? You can also go back and look at, you have more time to go back and look at all the survey data to help in that decision-making as well. Because obviously you represent your constituents as well. So more commercial restaurants, some schools, some of those things that they've talked about that you've talked about today too.
Okay. So if we're going to table that part, then we'll move on to next steps.
Okay.
And Peggy
So-
will get her 20 minutes.
All right.
I
So,
respectfully choose to listen. rather-
Yield your time.
so next steps. So thank you for that suggestion. I think that works well. And again, I think it's really important that your commission is on the same page and that, as many people are present as possible. So next steps, it's going to change a little bit. So next steps now, number 1, you're then going to send, if I'm understanding, you're then going to send me back a list of your top 5 priorities. Is that right?
Right.
And or if you find that you do get stuck, you're going to contact me and let me dial in to support you and help you, or come back if necessary. Okay? So then after that, then I will compile a report of what we've done today, all not all the conversation, but some of the conversation that we've documented, as well as some of the decisions that you've made in terms of your vision, your mission, and your, not your values, because that's going to come back. We can also, after we have those priorities from you, then we can have that senior leadership workshop. So my next question for you is, it delays that a little bit. When would you be able, do you think, to have that conversation about the priorities?
Well, we have a workshop on Wednesday of this week. We have a special meeting before that. When's our next regularly scheduled?
It's the 13th.
September 13th, which you now have a very, very full agenda. You also
It's a
have
budget hearing, so there's like,
Could we,
and you have a CRA meeting after it.
never mind.
And on the 27th, you have a BOA meeting, a regular meeting, and a CRA meeting after.
That's in September. Do we have a workshop in September?
Wednesday of this week.
Is that September?
Yes.
This is September. September 1st. I would say the 13th, we have what do we have afterwards? You said a BOA meeting?
you have the CRA meeting.
A CRA. Well, that's
CRA
going to
has
be,
meet to adopt the budget.
that's going to be pretty short though. That'll
The
be,
budget meeting itself is full of all the.
right. Well, what I'm suggesting is perhaps we come in at 6:30 and we have a workshop at 6:30, this one item, and then that 30 minutes, and I'm going to ask the commission to do their homework ahead of time, so when we go in, everybody talks about their top 5, anything that we've got overlapped is already in, and then we just see what's left. If we all have 5 things we're in agreement, I don't see this as being a really robust conversation, because pretty much this commission has set their goals so clearly for it, which is why we've been so successful. So we may have some robust conversation about that 4 and 5 spot, but I think the top 3 we're probably going to be in agreement, because you guys are doing roads, right? You've just said that, right? That would be my anticipation, that everyone's going to have 5 goals that they want to hit. Now, if we start getting real pinpoint in those, that might change. But I would say let's try on the 13th in 30 minutes. If we don't get it done, then we have a part 2 on the 27th when we come back to it. And we do another 30-minute workshop ahead of the meeting, and we try to finish it up.
What I suggest is send this out in an email to all the commissioners to have it already in your mind.
Right. Well, I'll talk, and 2 of them are watching us. Right?
Okay.
So they've heard everything. I'm going to talk to the other 3, right? And the 3 that aren't here, make sure that they've watched the whole thing. They didn't have to, put the phone down. Make sure they've had a chance to look through this, and we'll discuss, so that we come in prepared.
And then how does that fit with your timeline in terms of then with the senior staff and the budget starting October 1? It's putting it close, but does it still give you enough time to make that happen?
I think that I mean, we're going to submit, or we're going to consider for approval our final budget on the 13th of September. So I think right now we're probably, if there's a game changer in the commission's priorities, I think it's going to be too late.
Right.
It doesn't mean that we couldn't, retake up the budget if there is that game changer. We have a finite amount of money, so
Right.
then it's just reallocating. My guess is that at least 4 out of 5 of the priorities were the priorities that were already in the budget.
Identified.
So
That's
I
my
think we're
feeling
fine.
too. I think that in our budget right now, we're moving forward with 2 projects, City Hall, all that's downtown. We have a CRA that's gonna lead into those kind of conversations. So, I mean, I think that luckily, what we have heard from our residents is that they, by and large, like and want us to continue doing what we're already doing. Dallas?
Do you want to have that priority meeting as a special meeting so you can vote, or do you want to do a workshop? You're eventually going to vote on the report anyways.
Well, I mean, we could just move the start of the commission meeting till 6:30 and add it as agenda item. That way we could vote.
You actually can't. Because the budget has to be the first thing that's heard at your commission meeting.
So we could have a special meeting at 6:30. That way we could vote if we were in agreement. But if we're in agreement, whether we voted on it, we can vote. We can put it on a consent agenda later.
And
We agreed on that.
That's my recommendation,
Yeah.
is that you don't vote the first night. You discuss it and you give us direction, and we'll bring it back as an agenda item for a vote at some point where it won't have 5 more minutes worth of discussion. It's what we agreed to, and here it is.
I think the top 3 are going to probably be, not everybody's top 3, but we'll get 3 things that we all agree on pretty quick. If we have a conversation, it'll be on, what is getting bumped to number 6 instead of number 5, right? That kind of a thing. And how often, when we set these top 5 goals, how often do you come back and reassess your top 5? Because the things I've heard right now would be 10-year projects to get all the roads paved and all the sidewalks done, so.
We would have a brand new very first slide in every budget workshop would say, here's your goals. And hopefully most of the agenda items that we're bringing to you for action, that's how we should start. I ask everybody to start, here's recommended action. We want you to approve this or whatever. Number 2 is, here's the city's goals. Here's our goals, and here's how this agenda item fits into that. So it should become a regular part of discussion in every city commission meeting if we're doing this well.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So conversation 6:30 on the first meeting in September. Potentially phase 2 of that conversation if needed on the second meeting in September. I'll talk to make sure the commission is well versed on this and what the conversation is before those conversations. And then we'll transmit that information to you.
Perfect.
Either after that first meeting or after the second if we had to have phase 2. Okay. Any other items in terms of next steps that we need to consider?
No, I don't think so. That senior leadership workshop I mentioned will bring back specific objectives under each of those priorities. So specifically, it may take 5 or 6, things in order to achieve sidewalks and timelines and accountability. And that's why you'll revisit it in each of the meetings. So we'll be bringing that back, and then that final report is sometimes delivered by me or sometimes delivered by staff, because ultimately your senior staff own and will be guiding that strategic plan. But I will certainly be available to you for questions or comments as well. So.
Okay. That's going to take us to public comments. Miss Peggy, are you still yielding your time?
I am. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Does the commission have any comments before we adjourn? Okay, well, one, let me thank the commissioners for being here for 6 hours. Thank you, Ms. Raines, for coming up, spending the night, and being with us. I appreciate all of the staff that gave up your Saturday to be here. Thank you so much. I know that these kinds of things are maybe loosely sort of tied into you, but not really. So we appreciate you for being here and doing that. And of course, Mr. New and Miss Judy, thank you guys. We know that I don't even know what y'all's job description are because you just do everything. So we appreciate you for doing everything. And with that, we